dumbass. I've unmuted us now. Hello there, everybody, and welcome to session 12. Session 11. Session 11, not session 12. I know how to do this, I promise. Session 11 of Dragon Age Secrets. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, or your keeper of this story. Oops, all brands, otherwise known as World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. Not TikTok today, because TikTok doesn't do great with Scottish accents. That's the only thing I can say. With me today, we've got my lovely and my amazing cast. We have got Stories from the Roses, we've got TTV Wacky Man, we've got Witty X Witch, and we've got Jacklish. Look, he's back! He's still here! He just wasn't here yesterday. We told you he was coming back. We told you he would come back.
Not dead yet. Caffeine addiction hasn't taken me yet.
Yeah.
Amen to that one, brother. Do I have? Yeah, I do. I do actually have some stuff that I want to say. I said it yesterday's session, so I'm going to say it in this one. I'm going to say it every single one this month. Happy Pride. You're valid. You deserve to be here. Every single fucking person on this channel is somehow part of this fucking month, and we fucking love them all for it. We love that shit, and every single one of you deserves to be here. You deserve to be able to live, breathe, and exist in a place that values and cherishes you as a person. And I want you to know that even if the world outside doesn't do that, this channel does. And we will always stand up for, we will always raise our voice for, and we'll kick down fucking doors for your right to be who you are and exist as you are in this world. The world is in a pretty hectic state right now. The world's in a pretty tumultuous state, I would go so far as to say. And for the longest time it's been focused on one place. And a lot of my players don't have an eye on the UK and such now things it is, but I can officially state it's spread over here. So what I want to say is, if you are going to use your right to stand and use your voice against the things that are happening, I applaud you doing so, and I applaud you taking that stance and putting yourself very physically in that place. But I implore you, please, be careful, be safe, always carry extra water, always carry clothing and extra clothing that will cover every aspect of you. Stick together, stay safe. Because it's very evident that people who are supposed to look out for us are not going to do it. So we need to do it for each other. And on this channel, we love to tell adventures and stories of great heroes who take that stand for the right thing. And they have the power and the magic items and the really, really nice DM who lets them do fucking shit that allows them to do that. It's very different in real life, so I implore you, please, do not be a hero. This isn't like the games. There's no Revivify. There is no Second Life. So, be safe. On with the fantasy shit. Now, last session, Jack, you weren't here, so we're going to have to give you a pretty in-depth readback.
Don't look to me for a recap.
Jack, tell us what happened last session.
We did great. That's all I can say.
It's all canon.
We did not do great.
I think we did pretty good.
We did fine. I mean, Meryl and Rowan didn't, but Tira and Vessa did.
I only thought for 2 seconds that you sold me out.
Rowan did not do
Literally.
Good. That man cannot fucking lie.
He cannot.
I haven't watched the VOD, so I literally don't know what you guys decided to do.
Oh dear gods. It's certainly a thing, but would somebody like to give our lovely Aldrad the rundown?
Gabby, do you want me to?
It's up to you.
I don't know.
I can do my Spark notes and you can fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Okay.
That seems to be how it usually goes.
Yeah. Rowan is concerned that he's traveling with a bunch of felons. Kunari
What a way to start it! Like,
Honestly,
how it started.
that was the game. Rowan was just concerned the whole time.
I'm an honourable and noble man, and I like to do the right thing. Aren't those war criminals you're travelling with? Pay no attention to the people behind the curtain.
Okunari is arguing with a Teventer woman. Her name is Rhiannon. She does not see Tira at the time. Kuhn Merchant, not Talvashoth or Kuhn. Day to night, the Cerebos is missing. Meryl is going with Rowan to buy the Cerebos. Vesa and Tira are looking for the Cerebos. Vesa, 21, searching and speedy. Black market items plus location plus password. Knock 3 times and say Dragon's Bane. Meryl and Rowan discover the time. 5,000 gold to buy. Tira roasts Rowan, friendly. Meryl goes to change, and Rhiannon is waiting. She's been hired to acquire the Cerebos, and Meryl's patron also hired her to find Meryl. Level 4. And those are my notes.
That's a fever dream, is what I just experienced in physical, in note form.
It was
A little bit, yeah.
Like, that feels like a lot of events. How did we, huh?
Also, there was a point where Meryl shows up in her robes, or not in her robes, walking the Teventer person to our group, and Tira's just like, I guess this is it.
Oh, yes.
And we're all gonna work together, because Rhiannon was like, actually, I am not into... I'm cool, so I actually want to kill my companions who are mage hunters, so we're gonna, like, super murder those people, and then we're also gonna rescue this Cerebos, and I'll pay for it, because apparently she has a lot of money. So, she's actually gonna help us.
Oh, and also,
let me help her kill
Meryl,
the other 3.
Meryl was disguised in her old circle uniform and basically wanted to claw it off.
Yep. And she did claw it off. She also clawed her skin, but you guys can't see her skin, so you can't see that she made herself bleed.
Bleed.
That would make me bleed my own blood.
Yeah, she's
It's
not
enough to
having
make
a
a
good time.
It's enough to make a grown man cry, but not today. Get back up in there. Jess, you want to do the full-fledged fill-in?
I mean, I think that kind of got most of it, but if we want my unhinged rambling, I can definitely do that.
Considering mine was definitely Fever Dream, I think it might be helpful.
Okay. So yes,
Very
Rowan's
much.
very concerned that he's traveling with felons. We started out with Meryl. She was in her old circle robes, and she looked like a hollow doll to everybody. Rowan was like, hey, why are you in those robes? And we're like, Rowan, did nobody tell you the plan? And he's like, no, I didn't get told the plan. So we're like, okay, here's the plan.
Nobody tells me nothing.
Exactly. And then we hear this deep voice arguing with a really kind of polite voice. And so Tira was like, I'm going to poke my head out. And that's when we saw Rhiannon, the Teventer lady in beautiful red armor. And it was like, oh, no, thank you for that. And let's see. Vesa asked Tira if she knows who that lady is, and it's like, I don't know everybody in Teventer. I know the Magister that was like my slave master kind of situation. And then Meryl did a check on Teventer culture, and we found out that they view Chantry very differently. It's run by the mages, but they also have serfs, indentured servants, and elven slaves, because they're terrible. And we also learned that they have conducted weird experiments with magic by grafting lyrium into tattoos on their favorite elven slaves. We also know that the mages are the upper class, and if you come from a powerful bloodline, that makes you even like higher class, and they've tracked things like their magical lineage back 1,000 years. I know that they have a specialty for their circle, but I don't know their specialty out of game. I know what it is, but Meryl herself does not. Then Rowan's like, well, let me just go have a chat with them. Like, I'll just be really nice. We're like,
I just want to talk to him.
you're gonna die. But he steps out and he's like, hey, I hear you guys are arguing, and, that's really disturbing our peace. And they're like, cool. And Meryl stepped out to be like, maybe offering some credibility. I don't know. Just to be like, hey, look, also a mage. And Rhiannon was like, oh, hey, has your handler been treating you well? And I was like, yeah, it's been great. And she's like, I would love to talk to you more. And I was like, no, not the Deventer lady, but I was like, yeah, cool. And we found out that Rhiannon was on an expedition to find Imperium ruins in Janin, related to their ancestors. And then by nightfall, we have lost track of our Cerebos friend. We're like, oh no, where did he go? Our whole plan hinged on trying to buy him. And we were almost getting to the end of our journey to Janin. And so me and Rowan went to the Talbashoth and we're like, hey, can we buy this guy? And they were like, no, you have to have 5,000 gold. And we're like, that is unreasonable. And they're like, I don't care. Here, peasant, have a gold piece, and walked away. But they also gave us a bell to let us know that there was an auction that was going to be going on, and that they hoped we would be there and be able to actually pay the price. In the meantime, Vesa, she was like just looking in people's windows because she was starting her search. And she eventually found some guards talking about the black market, and it was in a certain part of the lower bowels of the ship. She learns the password. You go up to the door, you knock on it 3 times and say, Dragon's Bane, and they'll be like, oh, welcome to the slave market. And it's like, great, thanks. We reconvened. And we're like, hey, we're going to infiltrate the auction. We've got the password, and now we've got the little bell to let us know, like, what time it's going to happen. I realize it's kind of like those, like, buzzers that restaurants give you that when they're ready to see you, it starts buzzing, so we got one of those. Then Meryl went to change, and Rhiannon was there. It was like that moment, like, you walk in the movie where they walk in and, like, the door slowly closes behind them, and the person was behind the door the whole time, and it was like, oh, no. Please don't murder me.
Oh no, please don't kill me, Mr. Scary Murder Man.
Exactly. And she's like, look, don't worry. I want to liberate this Cerebos. I want to liberate all mages. I'm a cool Deventer lady. I'm not like the other Deventer ladies. So we're like, okay. And she was like, what I do want to know, though, is why is Philip Valtrius, which is the name of Meryl's patron, why was he like hiring a mage hunter instead of using your phylactery? And Meryl's like, I don't know. I'm his property, I guess, and he just wants me back. And she's like, look, don't worry. It's okay. I'm not going to take you back. I'm a part of the Mage Liberation Front. Now the 3 other mage hunters with me, they're not like that. So I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine, we'll murder those guys, and we'll get the Cerebos, and it'll be great. And we're like, okay, sure. And then Meryl changed, physically scratched herself as she was tearing the old robes off because it feels the worst and she doesn't like them. And so then Meryl's like, all right, Rhiannon, come on. And Tira's like, my end has come. And was like, just arrest me. And Rhiannon's like, what's going on? So Meryl pulled Tira aside and was like, look, don't worry. She's not here to murder you or to take you back to Deventer. She actually wants to liberate mages. It's gonna be okay. And Rhiannon's like, look, I will use my money to give us some street cred and skew the auction in our favor. And we'll save the Cerebos. We're gonna procure travel, like help the Cerebos travel where we're going. And we're gonna murder my 3 mage hunter buddies. And we were like, cool. And so she starts explaining plan, ... and that's where we end. So she was like, here's the plan. Fade to black. So that's where we're picking up, is discussing the plan.
So that's the hot lady we got randomly in chat. Okay.
She works
Understood.
for the MLF.
Ah, okay. Understood.
Did I make all the companions except one hot? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did. I think I did.
We have a fucking. We have a crew with us currently. Hang on a second. Like,
well,
there's a lot of us present.
You don't have Luca with you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because he's seasick. He's just
Luca is
he's just laying
recovering
down
from seasick.
chewing on some ginger.
He rolled very poorly on a Constitution check.
Oh, poor boy.
That boy did not do good. For the fact that he is a blood mage and has pretty high Constitution, that motherfucker rolled poorly.
Should get him like the little SpongeBob pin with like the legs on it. It's like, you earned your sea legs. Well done.
He's just got like curled up in a ball in a room like this.
But they didn't earn them.
My son.
You survived. That's what counts.
No.
So, Rhiannon lays out the plan to you. She is traveling in a party of 4, including her. There are 3 others with her. They are part of a group within Tevinter known as the... I'm going to get this wrong, so I'm going to quickly look this up. Just give me a moment. Known as the Leitan. The Leitan are given a certain amount of status because of their magical bloodline, but they are mages who come from the common class. The particular group that she is part of are trained in one thing: hunting down mages. Whether that is to be brought to heal back into Winter, or whether it's because a magister has hired their services to take out a rival, who knows? But what is very clear is that Rhiannon is very good at what she does. She knows how to hunt mages down. She does, however, say that the other 3 who are with her are very good at what they do as well, and none of them are slouches when it comes to combat. So, as Rhiannon goes into talking with you about the plan, she makes it clear you should only be going into melee range of these guys if you're sure you can handle them in a fight. She says there is at least one other trained in the same arts as her, channeling their magical power into their physical capabilities. The others are trained in magic that manipulates the environment around them. Trained in magic that will turn the stability of the ground you stand on into your worst weakness in this fight. To be clear, what she's talking about is force magic. Manipulating your stance and stability on the ground. She also says that as a basic, they are fairly competent in entropy and spirit-based magic. She looks around at all of you. And her eyes are going to go to Aldred and Rowan. Evidently, it's going to be more on our benefit if you both focus down one each. She'll then turn to Tura, Meryl, and Vesa and say each of you should choose one of us, gesturing to herself, Aldred, and Rowan, to partner up with. If we breach and try to all focus on one, the other 2 will annihilate us quite easily. However, if we keep them all distracted on a 2v1 fight basis, we will swarm them. They're used to facing one opponent with backup. They are not used to being the ones who are outnumbered. We have the element of surprise.
I'm gonna side-eye Rowan and turn a little pink. At the mention of partnering up.
Let's see how...
I think Aldrad will, like...
Is this man perceptive?
Oh.
Sir Rowan notices this and turns in the opposite direction, also slightly red.
I think Aldrad will, like, as listening fully to Renan's, Renan? How do you say her name?
Rhiannon.
Rhiannon, thank you.
I was saying it wrong. That was my bad.
Rhiannon's plan just slowly whispers to Rowan, you should team up with Vessa.
He'll look at you, Vessa, still stammering because I'm.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Okay.
A great duo.
Rhiannon will look between Meryl and Tura. Exactly how well versed in your magical capabilities are you? You. And she will point to you. And she doesn't do it in like a dismissive manner. She does it in a sense of, I don't know your names. So gesturing to you and saying you. To signal. It's not like a, you there, peasant. It's not like that. It's like a, you. To show I'm speaking to you. Gestures to you, Tura. Exactly what is your level of training, education in your capabilities?
Fairly basic in variety.
She'll look to you, Meryl. And the same question to you.
I mean, I was raised in the mage circle, but I would say I primarily have support or control magic.
So you have a formal support-based education, whereas yours is a bit more free-form, but with a more varied output.
Correct.
She'll then look at you, Aldred, and say, you will most likely hit harder than I, so you'll need less support. I would be happy to partner with this one. She'll gesture to Meryl, if you would be happy to partner with our elven companion here.
Aldred will look to Tira. Nothing would please me more.
Okay. You should be prepared for a fight. They will not go down easily, and we must ensure they do not escape.
Okay.
As soon as we open this door, as soon as we step into that room where they will be waiting, there is no time for conversation. I do not need to say this to our mage friends here, but to those who do not have magic, a word is as lethal as one of your arrows or that sword you carry. Do not give them the chance to speak. Do not give them the chance to blink. If they move, you move quicker.
I feel like this is gonna be hard.
We'll be fine.
I feel like maybe Brand's trying to kill us.
There's a reason I boosted my constitution. Let's just say that. It's
He
just
can
like,
kill me, but I'm taking someone with me.
I ain't going down easy. There's this
Bomb!
that reminds me. Oh god, there's this. Sorry, that just. Oh no, I'm not gonna get into that rant. It just reminds me of an ability in a JRPG I found where it's like, if you die, you deal thousands of damage to everyone on the field, and the ability is literally called "See You in Hell."
I have that.
Hell yeah.
There is
It doesn't do that much, but
I cannot remember the name of the game, But there's a TTRPG that I played a while back where it has like a kind of almost like lion-like race who were made from the so there's 4 races you can play as, and each of them was made from one of the elements, and this lion race was made from the earth, and they have 2 hearts. One is normal, one is a heart made of volcanic rock. Basically allows them to like enter essentially a barbarian rage, but they also have another ability. If they die while in this rage, they can just blow the fuck up.
That sounds cool.
And the ability they have is called "I'm taking you with me." And I'm like, that's
Eat
fucking
your hearts
fucking
out.
good.
God damn.
There's nothing in Walking Bomb that says I cannot cast it on myself.
There isn't. But anyway,
Damn.
so
What a way to go.
what a way to go.
I'm going out on my own terms.
Everyone will take a piece with them.
Everybody will have a piece whether they want it or not.
Who wants a keepsake?
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. Follow me. She will start to lead the way. Now, do we remember where this auction site was?
It's in the lower part of the ship.
Yeah.
It's in the
Like, we got
bowels
the
of the
location. I just didn't write down the location. I just said that we got it.
So she
We
makes her
also
way.
have a bell that will ring when we get closer
do
to
indeed.
it, so.
As you're making your way through the bowels of the ship, you start to hear that bell. It's like a little jingle bell, you know? Starts to move of its own accord. Starts to make that noise. And you realise that it doesn't ring louder, it rings more often as you get closer. Eventually you come to a corridor in the bowels of the ship. Fairly long corridor. At the end of it, a door with one of these sliding slots. And standing outside of it, 3 people. In similar armour to Rhiannon. As you step round the corner, Rhiannon sees them and very quickly puts her arm out and steps back. They are not inside the room as originally planned. We're going to be fighting in much more narrower environment than what we had thought. Please do not shoot me. She looks at Vesa.
Vessa's aim is true. No need to worry about that. Less room for them to run.
Ah, yes. Vessa's aim is true.
To be very
Aldred will
fair,
just pat Tira 2 times on the shoulder.
to
Just
be
like
very
a-
fair, my ex's aim was true, and he still shot me thrice while we were married. Accidentally, of course. He was a very, very loving partner.
That's giving
Oh.
that my ex still misses me, but her aim's getting better.
It does, yeah.
She's going to draw her sword, and she's going to use a major action to activate combat magic. You watch as these glyphs and runes on her sword light up as she channels magic into it, and suddenly the tension in her arms as she holds this very large sword becomes non-existent, as if this sword just magically began losing weight. She also stands up straighter as the constraints of this armor no longer bears down on her body. Then
I
she
didn't
goes,
want her to be hot.
imagine Karlak, but if Karlak had magic and could wear armor.
So a paladin Karlak.
Nah, more like an
Sword?
eldritch, more like an
Oh.
eldritch knight.
Gotcha.
And then she's gonna roll her shoulders. Saron is gonna take his shield, tighten the straps, draw his longsword, and he's gonna step in front. You know, shield, so he can kind of use that charge forward a little bit.
I think, yep, taking position on that. Is there enough room for, say, me and Sir Rowan, Aldrad and Sir Rowan to be shoulder to shoulder here?
Before we were going to go into initiative, I was going to say this is where Dragon Age also shows off another little thing it does, where you do have a kind of tactical stage beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
The corridor you've got is wide enough that 2 people can stand shoulder to shoulder.
Got it.
Sir Rowan has stepped forward because it's generally where he is. He has the shield, he usually goes in front. But you guys are the party. Ultimately, you can intervene and put your companions wherever you wish them to be.
Above table, I don't think that we should have 2 people in front, because then the spell slingers can't sling spells and the rogue can't shoot arrows through that. Because you have the
Unless there's crates nearby that we could stand on for line of sight.
Less crates and more like, sacks of stuff. While this is a fairly big ship, it's not like a crate and cargo ship. Anything that's here is just kind of like a bag of something that has been dropped here to be picked up later to go to where it's actually meant to go.
Okay. Well, I definitely
If they are standable, I can use that.
definitely think Aldrad is going to actually step in front of Sir Rowan, whispering, "Shocks first, sentinels behind those."
Okay, Sir Rowan will nod, take a step back.
Okay, because I think the best idea, weirdly, it's not. We don't want to stand in a line. Makes AOE's really easy, but at the same time, for initial moving, that might be the best.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Also, how far? Okay, is there any way to get a judgment on how long this hallway was?
Like 20 yards.
20 yards. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. What I meant by that. Not 20 yards. About 20 feet. So you're talking just shy of 7 yards.
7 yards. Okay, it was more like 20 yards. Oh god, there's a dash round going to be needed.
Long
Okay.
boat.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a long boat.
Yeah.
This is a transport ship. But I'm sorry I misspoke there. I was thinking to myself, how many feet is that? Translate that for myself, and then forgot to say feet instead of yards. But in yards, yeah, I believe we did look it up, and it was 3 foot
about
to a
3.
yard. Yeah, so
3
yeah,
foot to a
just shy of 7 feet. 7 yards. Sorry, I'm doing it
Understood
again.
what you meant.
I'm doing it.
You're good. You're good.
To be clear, 20 feet, just shy of 7 yards.
Was it? Did we get a look at these? Sorry, we're going into combat. This is where Jack's special interest in every TTRPG arises.
This isn't like D&D where it has to be done on the fly. Dragon Age and its source material has a kind of encouragement of a tactical side being put in. Obviously, it's up to the keeper whether or not you get that. But I believe in a situation, in this particular situation, Rhiannon knows what you're walking into. She's caught a glimpse and ducked back round, so there is time to take that little kind of tactical how we're moving in. So don't worry about it. Ask your questions.
I think Aldrad would actually ask in a whisper, who the other like
Arcane
magical
warrior.
arcane warrior would be.
She is going to. She kind of like looks up as if trying to recall the standing of it. She's going to say, "He's standing in front, on the left side, your left."
Got it. No, I sincerely, Aldrad has zero cunning. I think there's a second where he's like, "Got it."
Turning around and saying to Tura, "If you want to know which one is left, it's whichever one makes an L with your hand." And Tura goes,
Aw?
I can make an L with
both
both my
do.
hands. Fuck you.
Tira's just like,
It's a bumpy L.
Casual Bran, I saw that.
Yeah, well, I don't have the writing focus, okay? So all my L's are bumpy. But yeah, so the way that they're kind of spaced out is Arcane Warrior, mostly towards the left, with his back turned, talking to the other two. The other two are standing kind of at the door, waiting to meet Rhiannon, obviously.
I don't know.
So we have Aldrad running in first, Sir Rowan taking up position behind Aldrad, and then Rhiannon most likely running in on the same side as Sir Rowan. The rest of you are just going to... You're just standing back and throwing things and hoping for the best.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
called spell
Okay.
chuckers, not okay.
I had this hallway scene set up in the intro to Dragon Age 1. I had my mom standing back there, okay?
Then in that case,
Let's go!
we charge around. And as you guys charge around, this other very evident arcane warrior kind of from over his shoulder spots you running in Aldrad. And as you close in, there is a look of like shock on his face. The other two see you coming, so I'm going to make them roll and progress with initiative as normal. Him, I will make miss his first round because his back is turned.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
So with that note, everybody, roll
Wompiest
initiative.
of womps for him.
Initiative is the 3d6 roll again, or is it just like
3d6, and you're adding
Yeah.
on your
Dex, right?
dexterity. In this game, you can take a focus and initiative. So
I
if
did
you have
this.
that.
I did this level up.
Oh,
So there you go.
oh, it's almost as good as it can get.
And no stunt points on initiative rolls, correct?
We've been
No,
over this.
I
No.
just got them, and I was like, "Wait a minute! Last time I did that, I didn't get them."
That's what I thought. Yeah, I got 4 just now, and I was like, ugh.
Yeah, I got 3.
We did Google this, and it does turn out you do not get.
You got a 5?
I
5
got
stunt points?
5 stump
total.
points.
Oh, 5 stun
Oh.
points. I was like, "Wow,
No,
wow!"
I literally am one off from the best I could have possibly rolled.
Oh,
Honestly,
fucking perfect.
this would have been so funny if we could get stunt points and like all you sees the initiative.
I
Everyone
go
got
first. No,
some
I
points.
go first.
We're all so in sync. Everything for these guys, they're just like, "Oh shit, we're getting attacked," and 4 things happen at the same time. It's like, oh, no. We're all that in sync. We turned on tactical mode for a second, and like, you do that.
This
that,
is the most
that.
effective we've ever been. We should do this every time.
Why didn't this happen?
It's almost as if tactics are a positive. Who'd have thunk it? Give me a minute, guys. I need to go and find my pen. I'll be 2 moments.
Hey, that goes so well. Oh, we used our brain, right? Forgot I have that.
What? I just threw a
Quick, someone
spell.
jump out
I
and
don't...
jump back in, see if it moves you.
Catch prizes.
I am so unbelievably ready to break some chains with this fucking sword.
Yes.
Guys, that was so cool.
I'm nervous.
It's gonna be fine.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
It's gonna be
I'm
fine.
a little worried, yeah.
I'm looking at that -1 to resist magic and spell effects, and I am
Fuck.
losing it.
Ha, ha.
No. This is like the worst time to get heartburn. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
as a positive, warriors at this level, I get to do dual strike at 3 stunt points instead of 4.
Nice.
That's so broken.
Also, I get to do mighty blow thanks to my sword. I get to do mighty blow, the one that gets me do more damage. I think at 1 less as well.
I love my
Nice.
blow.
I need
am
1
angered.
stunt point.
Woo!
That's
I am-
really clutch.
I am very angered.
Anger.
Oh, why are you
Yes.
angered?
My pen is missing. Oh no, never mind. I found it. I found it. I found it. It's my good pen.
Someone's been in my room drinking my beer.
My beer.
I
Just
understand
to-
the panic
So
of losing your favorite
darling.
pen.
No, but this pen is so cool. This pen is so cool. It's a wooden pen with a screw top lid.
Ooh, that is really cool.
And it's got a cipher on it. Oh shit, that, you don't see it. It's got a cipher on it, which you can translate, and it comes with its own associated notebook, which I do have, but I don't know where I've put it.
Is this the one from like, was it Arcana?
Arcana
what-
Clockwork.
That's it.
Yeah.
Clockwork Arcana.
Clockwork Arcana.
Clockwork.
Yeah.
One of those, however, I do have their business card somewhere. They are great. You should. Time for a plug. We're not sponsored by them, but you should go check them out because their shit is fucking awesome. Really, really friendly as well. I couldn't find Iron Brew anywhere in England, and I found a place that had 2 cans left, and I bought both the cans, and I had them in a little brown paper bag, and I went to their stall. They were very nice. And then I left and I didn't pick up the little brown paper bag. And they kept it for me because they knew I'd be coming back for my Iron Brew.
That's really nice.
So basically what I'm saying is I will murder for these people. Like they have committed a great service. Where was I going with that? That's where I was going. I need this to write down initiatives. So, did anybody get above 20 in initiative?
Let me do my math.
Get that math.
Above 20 is supposed to be like that's a damn high number. And then now that you've got, I've got the focus for initiative, and I'm a warrior, so I got an initiative of 39.
Nope.
Aldrad, you got above 20?
No, sorry, no. I was pointing at Tira. Tira's above me in the Zoom call.
Oh, right, cool. No worries. So nobody, did anybody get between 20 and 15?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Tura, what did you get?
19.
19.
Hey, yo, same.
Okay. Who has the highest initiative modifier? That's Dex plus the focus for initiative.
For sure, Aldrad.
Okay, yeah. It's like I think the same deck. Oh, and the focus. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Vesa, what did you get?
17.
17. What's your initiative modifier?
Oh, I thought we were going to mid. Bessa, Abby.
She's
Oh,
talking.
sorry.
Sorry, I got food.
Oh,
No worries. Sorry, we didn't want to interrupt you. You rolled the same as someone, so what's your initiative modifier?
4.
4. Okay, so you will be going first.
Okay.
dang, you're fast.
Meryl, what did you get?
I got a 9.
9. Okay.
Hey, perfectly respectable.
I'm just a little guy. She trips a little
guy.
trips a little bit on the way out, like
Guys, wait for me. I got little legs.
pretty much.
Meanwhile,
Aldra,
Tira's jumping.
Ah,
you're going to be first in initiative order.
I mean that tracks. Okay.
With Tura on deck.
Fuck yeah.
So remember, just as a quick reminder, guys, it is a minor action to move.
Yes. So. All right. Well, I think it's pretty obvious because it was said what I was doing, and I was told I was given my target, and so Aldrad fully, as he's turning around the corner, getting charged by anyone's terrifying. I assume not everyone's has gotten charged by a Kunari before. So there is this, like, again, big guy, but he moves just as fast as anyone, except there's this expression of sheer focus. Like, Aldrad, it doesn't even look like his eyes are looking at the other two. It is only on this guy. So when he turns around, he just has a hole bored into him with these piercing purple eyes as minor action move up to him.
Okay.
And with that movement, how much do we want? You know what? If he's gonna be missing his first turn because I surprised him, there's this moment where Aldrad is like, there's this moment of shock troops do as much damage. Survivability is the second thing on my mind currently. So there is this moment where Aldrad is moving up, and he's literally using the movement to swing with all 260 pounds of him. So he's gonna all-out attack this.
All-out attack?
The main guy up front, so I think it's a hit.
Go for it.
Ooh. You get a lot of stunt points. Now I have to add stuff. My worst enemy. Math.
Oh no, math.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. What's that? 18 to hit?
An 18 to hit against this guy. Let me just double check at the back here for something very quickly. I didn't note this on his character sheet, so I'm having to jump and check this very quickly.
All good, all good. I have to play on my turn because I got 5 stunt points.
Oh my gosh.
5 stunt points to use.
That's not a, that is not a small number, my friend.
No,
Bam,
no, it's
bam,
not.
thank you, ma'am.
Especially with my level up recently. I need to look at the stunts again. Oh god. Jesus, it's been a while since I played. There we go, combat stunts.
18 will hit.
18 will hit. Excellent. I'm in half. Question.
Uh-huh.
Wait, actually. Hold on. Oh, no thoughts. So, question: are the other 2 mage hunters is one of them adjacent to this first guy?
Technically, they would both count as adjacent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, okay, don't wanna. Jesus, I am so sorry, y'all.
No, you're
Don't
totally
worry,
fine.
take your time, buddy.
You have options. It's not a bad thing to look at them.
Yeah.
Gives me more time to
Abby heard those nachos.
And with this like super wide like swing, initially it looks like an like upward cleave, but Aldrad stops fully dead and using Chainbreaker takes a wide swing at, I'll just say, the guy standing like directly, the mage hunter directly behind him for a dual strike. Does an 18 hit that guy?
18 will hit that guy as well, yes.
Cool. So I think that's how dual strike works. It can't be the same guy. It must be adjacent 60 yards if you're
Dual strike the combat stunt.
Yes. Yeah, if you hit the secondary target. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it uses the same attack roll.
Okay, cool.
Need
I'll be
biceps
able
from
to-
both. Woo!
Yeah, I'll be able to
What an easy
confirm
fight.
that for you. I'll be able to confirm that for you in just a little minute.
Glad we had Eldred with us. Made
Okay.
it a lot easier.
How many? Okay, what's the maximum amount of stunts we can use in one thing? Because I still have 2 stunt points left.
There's no
I
maximum.
think you can just keep using
No
them.
max, you say?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
think
just-
so. As long as I think to be very specific, there are specific stunts that say you can stack this stunt. So I think there's no limit as long as you're not using the same stunt more than once.
Yeah, I think that's right too.
Nice.
Okay, so there are 2 ways I can do this. Oh, I could try and mitigate something. That would be cute. Well, okay, one's not a debate. Thanks to my journeyman in Great Weapon Master, that double swing is still 260 pounds coming behind it. So that's a mighty blow as well. Stunt. I'm gonna add an extra d6 to this.
Okay.
All my damage.
So
That's
that will not affect the secondary target because it says specifically with Dual Strike, if you hit the secondary target, you inflict your normal damage. So your
Yes.
mighty blow will only affect the big guy.
That's fine. He's the guy I
Okay.
want that to affect. And then now it's more. I'll think. Okay, Yeah, I think I'll do that since I'm right here. But I'll do the damage first. So since I have 1 more stunt point left, I'm probably going to do the stay aware combat stunt. But I'll do that after I've rolled all the damage because my brain needs to math first.
That's so valid.
Okay.
So very valid.
Okay, so that's 4. So this is to like just the regular without the mighty blow. So this goes to both of them. Where's Chainbreaker's weird shit?
I will get
What
my little
sentence?
book with all of my magic stuff in it.
I should have a see what I had I wrote it down and I probably made a note just to what I wrote down in my book. Making sure I'm not forgetting anything with Chainbreaker.
Does it say cut a motherfucker in half? Because
No, it does that. It don't gotta say that. It implies that, you know? Like,
Chainbreaker, 3d6 plus strength damage, and the minimum strength to wield it because it's made of silverite is -1. You've got +1 level in two-hander style.
Yep.
So basically your talent is increased by 1 on that. Constitution, stamina, focus. You add your willpower to attack and damage against mages. This, despite the fact he's got a big ass axe and he's wearing armor, he is a mage.
yeah.
So you're
okay.
adding your willpower against him, and you ignore 5 armor.
Dude's gonna die.
Okay,
So
without
if this weapon was designed to fight anybody, it was this fucker.
So, okay, with the damage to both of them because of the dual strike is. Oh, that made math way harder.
Right. Let's take a look.
21 points of damage,
21 points of damage. That's not including mighty blow.
not including mighty blow. So that's
Okay.
I haven't added the mighty blow yet.
So 21 from
both of
Chainbreaker
them.
onto both
Yeah.
of them. Chainbreaker ignores 5 armor, which for one
Yes.
of them is going to be a complete slice through. Okay, their armor is soaking none of it. Okay.
Okay.
So
And
just let me
then-
do. Let,
yeah.
let me just. So that
Go.
was 21, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
damn.
Now, for one of them, there's still going to be a bit of armor soak there, okay?
Yeah.
So that 21, ignoring 5 armor, that 21 is going to become an 18, okay?
Cool.
However, you're also dealing your willpower damage to those guys as well.
Yes.
What's your willpower?
Oh, that was me adding everything up. It was I rolled.
That's
I literally
everything
rolled.
added on.
I rolled 3 4s, which would be 12. I
Uh-huh.
then added my willpower, which is a 4, so that's 16, and then I added my strength, which is 5, so it's 21.
Okay, cool. So now your mighty blow will take effect
Yes,
on
and
the
that
first guy.
and that is an extra 6 damage to him.
Okay, so
rolled
for
max on
him,
that.
that 21 would become a 27, minus the 3 that's remaining from his armor would be 24, so he loses 24 in total. Okay.
Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. It's 22 and 28 because of all-out attack. That adds a +1 to it. I didn't calculate that.
Dad?
Definitely not bad.
I would hope as much.
So
I think...
So you move in, you cleave wide with this sword. And again, to reiterate, for a sword this size, this isn't like fantasy, like, you know, World of Warcraft, where the sword is 4 times the size of you, but it moves like, you know, nobody's business. This is a very realistic style two-handed sword. Very thin, tapered blade.
Yeah.
Okay? But even though it's got a fair... Well, I mean, this blade is actually probably a bit thicker than usual, probably yay thick.
It's leafed, right, yeah.
Yes, so it goes like a leaf shape. But on top of that, purely because of it being made of silverite, it waves. You feel like you're waving a short sword. This glides through the air with immense ease. And you almost have to catch yourself to not swing yourself too wide with it. And as this guy throws up his arm to kind of like catch it, you see where this sword gets its name. As he's wearing light plate armor, which obviously has chain under it and stuff. But as he throws his arm up, you watch as this blade glides through the chainmail, severing it. And as it connects with him, you see there's almost like a faint bluish hue that glints along the blade as its particular focus on fighting against those who utilize magic comes into show here. There's a bit of a flash as this guy is moved back, and the blade carries past him to slice across the chest of the one behind him. They're not wearing any kind of major plate like he is. Obviously they're mages, so they're just wearing robes.
Or fucker.
That's everything for you there, Aldred. That was your movement and then your major action.
One last thing is the stunt point. My last stunt point. Sorry, my last
I
stunt
love
point.
it. Oh, it's so good.
For
It's going to be
stay alert, yes, for stay alert.
Stay alert.
Make your perception test then, please.
Yep. Oh Jesus God!
You get to choose which focus you use if you have any.
Oh, really? That's cool. With the focus of your choice. And okay, I think in this instance for the stay alert, the swipe, it was like if I use a focus.
If you want to use, if you have a focus, you can choose which one you use.
I don't have the focus in the perception skill. It's just a 2, but in total it's a 14, which I think passes the perception test. At least the one that has here, unless there's one specifically.
Does indeed.
So, I think Aldrad, noticing how light the blade actually is, and as he catches himself, he he moves it and points this sword and kind of almost rests it on his arm while he still has to hold it. He's more like, this is much lighter. I can move much quicker. And he's going to just keep his eyes. Now they're darting very quickly between all 3 of them to look for who's brave enough to draw first. As he's ready to... I think he's fought mages occasionally before, so he's like, whose bullshit do I have to deal with first?
Okay.
Speak now. And so, yeah.
Okay.
Or forever hold yourself in pieces. Thank you very much. That's all.
Just all right. Fantastic. Thank you very much. In that case, we move on to Tura.
I've been told to attack the same one as Aladrad, but now Aladrad has hit 2 people, so Tira is confused.
Oh, damn. Rats!
I'm gonna aim at the person that he hit first.
Okay.
Guess I'm just gonna do an Arcane Lance because I'm a little bitch.
Arcane Lance is a solid thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we have it.
I just have to roll a 10, right? Doesn't have a...
Arcane Lance.
3d6 plus your
Arcane
magic.
Lance is a ranged weapon attack.
Oh, yeah,
but
okay.
you use your magic as the stat for it. So you're going for 3d6 plus your magic.
Well, your boy got stump points, so I'm doing a Spell Lance.
Yes! Yes! The lance is so cool!
Okay,
So I'm doing
you-
the Arcane Lance, which is a 14 to hit.
14 to hit. That is going to be a hit.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, that's going to be a meets it, beats it.
Cool. So that's 8 points of damage.
Okay. As this spell hits him right in the chest, you see as it hits, it just completely disperses over the chest of the armor, as his armor is a total soak of 8.
Well, seeing that, Tira will smirk and her hand will twist as the Arcane Lance shifts, and I'm going to cast Horror.
Yes!
So let me see if I get it.
Absolutely.
First.
I'm on the spells part here, so allow
Okay.
me.
Target number 17.
Target number is indeed 17, so that's going to be 3d6 plus your magic.
Gotta focus in that type of magic. Yeah.
I don't have a focus in that kind of magic, but I did hit the number
Nice.
just barely. I got 17.
Okay.
Nice.
So now he has to make a willpower courage versus your spell power. What is your spell power?
Spell power is 14.
14.
I think. It's 10 plus
So
your
it's
magic.
10 plus your magic, and then if you have the focus.
Okay, so yeah, 14.
Okay, okay. So first time in the campaign. That's 3 6s.
Oh!
No! Take
3
it!
6s, 3 6s for a total of 22.
So this magic like swirls around him and then just dissipates, and Tira looks
Well, wait.
absolutely pissed.
Hold on. I was going to say something, but then even if I do, it's not going to be.
Yeah.
I was going to say I'm going to actually dock him a bit because he is surprised, but then like I don't think I can't just dock him 8 points for
Right.
for the sake of it. So
Right.
no dock is going to be enough. The arcane lance hitting him on top of Aldrad coming in and swinging kind of shocks him into realizing there's others here, and as you make that twist and that reddish glare of horror comes around him, he puts his own hand up, twists it, and you watch as this reddish ring spreading round changes into like a purple as he reflects against it, fighting it with his own willpower. I do apologise to her. It was a great
It's
great
gonna happen.
3d6 is just something that not a lot of people can fight
It's
against.
fine. It was just all my mana point. I'm just kidding.
Listen, at this level, like them mana points are still like that's valuable currency.
It hurt. It hurt. It hurt to
You
watch
have
that go
coin?
away.
You have coin because you have mana points.
Yeah. I think Tira, for the first time, gets a look of focus on her face.
Okay. At that
Locked
point,
in.
if that's the end of your turn there, Tura, it would go to the Arcane Warrior, who did roll the next part on that. But he is skipping his turn because he was caught by surprise. So in that case, it goes to Vesa, with Rowan on deck. As her and Rowan both rolled a 17.
It's like they're meant for each other.
Aldrad said perfect duo. Perfect duo. I don't.
Right, so Jess knows this about me. I don't fudge dice rolls. I roll with what the dice say. And honest to fuck, man, it's like every single thing that's happened here. It's like, hey, guess what? Rowan and the elf are gonna kiss. it's fucking sickening. So yeah, Vesa, you are up with Rowan on deck.
Yeah, Tira really thinks it's sickening. Okay, I had in mind what I wanted to do. Oh, yes. Okay, I went there. I got it. Had to think about it. So I'm going to line up my arrow and shoot a different one. Whichever one Rowan is heading for.
Rowan seems to be heading for the one on the right. The one that hasn't been hit yet. For talking's sake, let's call them Tevinter Mage number 2.
Great. So yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Okay. Math. Okay, that is a 16 to hit.
Okay.
16.
Unfortunately, I have no stunt points.
That will hit.
Let me check one thing just real quick.
Okay, take your time.
I just picture Vesa yelling, "Suck an egg."
Nope, I don't think so. That's not the right thing. Let's grab you.
Andrew takes an egg out of his pouch.
Woo! Okay, so 6 damage plus 3 plus my perception, so 6 plus 6 is 12.
Is that 12 damage, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. 12 damage directly into Mage number 2.
Oh, you know what? I should have aimed. Damn it. Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine.
Suck an egg.
It hit him anyway. It's fine. Would you say this is coming from a for this person or no? How is it phrased? An unexpected direction, or catch them unawares?
I don't think so, no.
Damn.
Re.
So I can roll an extra d6 if it does.
Sorry.
Surprise, shut.
Is there anything else that you'd like to do there, Vesa?
I'm going to... It's been so long since I've read through the actions. I'm gonna go ahead and take aim as my minor action for a +2 on my next roll.
Nice.
Okie dokie.
Smart.
Then, in that case, it's going to go on. It's going to go on to Rowan's turn. Rowan is going to move forward. It's going to be his minor action to move. And as he closes the gap,
He kisses Vesa. Okay, good. Yeah, we're all on the same page.
Just run back real quick.
Just, real quick.
I just like to point out that
he's gonna close in the gap, hold his shield high, and as he gets in close, this mage raises their hand as if to begin some kind of spell, and Rowan is just going to put his shield onto their flat palm and push forward so that their hand kind of bends like painfully back against them, and then he's going to bring his sword around to kind of try and get in at their ribs. So we're going to have him make that
That's a
attack roll.
Templar, baby.
That's
Let's
a
go,
Templar technique
brother-in-law.
right there. Stop resisting.
So, guys,
Real.
we really do like to see it. Rowan rolled a 5, a 5, and a 5.
Wow! Good for him.
So that is going to be a total of... no, that's not what that is. It's 3d6 plus his strength. And the focus he has for heavy blades. So that's going to be a total of 3d6 plus 7. 15 plus 7 is a total of 22.
Ah.
So, on top of that, the damage that you do for a longsword is 2d6 plus 1, but he adds on his strength to that, so it's 2d6 plus 6 in total for him. So let's get that rolled. Okay, so it's not ideal. Oh, well, wait, hold on. He did get stunt points. He did get stunt
quite a few.
points. And I do, he has 5 stunt points. And I do have favoured stunts for him.
Nice.
Once I
If
just
you'll
find...
get a chance, if you look in the Discord server, there's the finished drawing that I commissioned.
Do you have it finished?
Yeah, it's got the color. It's so cool looking.
Oh my god,
So
that's stunning.
cool.
If you guys have any notes, let me know. The artist literally sent it to me like half hour ago, so.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow.
I love that.
An allograft
I will-
so fine.
I will
Say
get...
again?
I will find a way to get that up so that everybody at home can see, but it is stunning. So...
So cool.
I'm so obsessed with how Vessa looks in that.
And if anybody's wondering, the artist is Anne-Marie Mary, and you can find them on Blue Sky.
I was absolutely going to do that when I put the image up. I was going to show...
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
going to
She's
say that. Oh my
fabulous. I
god,
love working with
Chainbreaker
them.
looks so cool. That's I made that sword. Okay. Okay.
I love the different vibes for the two mages.
I love
This-
the big gold hoop bracelets.
They're wonderful.
They're
Are
so
you kidding?
cool.
So
Hold
he's gonna make an opposed attack roll. These do not generate stunt points. So he rolls a 2, a 2, and a 5. He adds on plus 7 to those, which is going to be a total of 16. His enemy is going to do the same. 2 1s and a 4. It's definitely not going to make it. So Sir Rowan's going to come out on top. The first of his stunt points he's going to use is he's going to use Disarm. So that push up with the
Quite
shield.
literally.
As he swings into the ribs, he then twists the shield sideways and uses the kite shape at the top to push across, knocking the staff out of this mage's hand. He's then going to use 3 stunt points to set up. So as he pushes that away, slashes them, he then uses the momentum of the slash to push them forward, put the sword around onto their gut, and use again the curve of the kite shield to push their neck up, and then make it very clear, Vessa, aiming like he's basically made a tunnel at their throat. So Vessa, with the setup, you get a +2 bonus on the next ability test of your choice, which can be an attack roll.
It's gonna be +4.
Yeah, she's gonna have a +4 on it.
Ooh, look at that romance. Look at the teamwork.
Better than chocolate and flowers.
My stupid literal ass went, why would you add flour to chocolate before realizing, you mean in the gift sense of giving someone flowers and chocolate? I thought you meant literally like
You're
getting a
so
bag
real
of
for
flour
that, though.
and pouring flour into chocolate.
You are
I was like,
so
why the
real
fuck
for
would
Okay,
you
that.
but
do
I
that?
also have had floral chocolate, and it's very yummy.
Then
rose chocolate?
after Rowan, it's going to go to mage number 1.
I think
Mage
that
number
even
one.
Kira's a little pink in the face after that. I think
Mage
that
number
even
one.
Kira's a little pink in the face after that.
Mage number one is the one. Mage number one is the one who was attacked in a secondary stance by Aldrad. So they are going to be able to take their turn. Now they're going to be very, very simple in what they do. They are going to.
Arcane Lance, Arcane Lance, Arcane Lance.
That's but no. They're going to turn and in a moment of like panic, they kind of look around. They see their ally being held up. They see Aldrad locked in, and they're going to look, and they're going to see Rhiannon. Rhiannon obviously making the beeline for them. And they are going to spend 5 mana points, and they're going to throw out their hand, and this greenish light pulses from their fingertips in a wave towards Rhiannon as they're going to cast Decompose.
That doesn't sound pleasant.
Oh wait, hold on, sorry, no, hold on a moment, they can't do that. Decompose takes 1 minute to cast. So in that case,
I was gonna say, like, literally decomposing as you're, like, living, like, flesh-eating bacteria, like,
Pretty rough.
That sounds rather awful, actually.
it does sound quite awful, actually. It really does, doesn't it? So in that case, what they're going to do is,
for future reference.
in that case, what they're going to do is they are going to use. We'll just use something from the same school of magic. We're going to use something from the entropy school. They are going to use death magic. They will.
Something worse sounding.
No, it's
I know,
not.
right?
It sounds bad. It's not bad.
So they're going to cast. They're going to twist their hand and cast death magic on themselves. Basically, they draw upon the residual life force of the dying to replenish their own. Any living creature that dies within 6 yards of them, while this spell is active, it heals them for damage equal to the creature's constitution with a minimum of 1. So they have a target number of 15 to get with that.
Fail. Ooh.
That is going to be a successful cast for a total
Damn
of
it.
17. So they do manage to successfully cast that. That is going to be all they do. It's going to come to mage number 2. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start mage number 2's turn with a weapon check. Okay, this is going to be an attack roll similar to what happened with Rowan, because Rowan does kind of have them set up here. And as much as it doesn't say they are restrained in that sense, I want to kind of play into it a little bit. So I'm going to have them make the same thing. They're both going to make weapon checks. If they succeed, the setup is still in effect, but they will get to make an action. If it's a fail, they flounder around. They don't have their staff. They can't do much. Okay. So something about Sir Rowan today is just good. A 6, a 5, and a 4 for a total of 15 plus 7 is a total of 22 on his attack roll. They cannot beat that unless they get 3 6s.
Yeah, 3 6. No.
They got 2 6s and a 1. So they're not able to do it, unfortunately. So I'm not good. So they don't
That's
have a
my
major
man,
action to do.
baby.
There's nothing they can do with a minor action as well. So their turn, they pretty much just struggle against Sir Rowan, as Sir Rowan has, again, to reiterate, the sword at their hip here, and the curve of his shield pushed into their chin and up, essentially exposing their whole upper torso area as a free shot.
This is a weird way to say hello.
But a great
At
way to
least buy
say
me
hello.
dinner first.
At that point, it's going
Too
to go
late,
to
he already bought me dinner.
At that point, it's going to go to Rhiannon. Rhiannon is going to move in, and she's just going to do what they do. She's going to swing with this sword.
A woman of culture.
So with the sword swing, that is 2 4s and a 5. So 4 stunt points. 2 4s and a 5. And as Rhiannon is an arcane warrior, she does get to add on. She still has to swing with her strength as a point of what she's using to swing with. Okay, but when it comes to her damage, she adds her magic instead of her strength. So, we're grand total, because of her capabilities and strength and having the focus for heavy blades, with a 3d6 plus 5, 2 4s and a 5, 4 and 4 is 8, 8 plus 5 is a total of 13, 13 plus 5 is 18, 18 is going to hit. The damage is 3d6 plus 6. I think I'm going to have her use Mighty Blow so that she gets an extra d6 of damage on that. That seems like it will...
What's one more?
Yeah, right?
MLF indeed, my friends.
So we
Aldrad
got-
approves.
A 6 and a 4 is 10, plus 5 is 15, plus 1 is a total of 16. 16 plus 6 is 22 damage. And she does have one stunt point left.
More, you
So-
say.
So
I
I,
love
think
that
what
she's
I'll
basically
do with
like,
the,
why scrimp? What's one more die of damage? People will think I'm cheap.
and do you know what I'm gonna do purely for the feel of it? I'm going to use the skirmish stunt point stunt for her. So as she carves in, slashes down, she juts a hand forward, grabs them, pulls them back, and rotates round. So they now have their back to Meryl, and they have Aldrad, Rowan, and Rhiannon between them and their other two allies. Because she can move them 2 yards for each stunt point used, and she used 1 stunt point, so she can move them 2 yards. So she just pulls them behind, putting her blade forward as well. So that's going to be a total of
love
22
that
damage
blade.
done to them.
God, that's hot.
This is why I like Dragon Age, because like you're physically manipulating the battlefield.
Yes.
It's so good. Well done, Green Ronin. Well done.
Well done,
Um,
friends. Never have I felt more like a badass.
Really.
Like for real though, right? Like for real, right? Okay. With that being Rhiannon's turn, we do go to, at the bottom of the initiative order, Meryl. Meryl, your turn.
Meryl's just like
Round
poking
it
out
up.
like, oh, okay. Considering the only offensive spell she has is Stone Fist, and there are no stones here, she's just gonna go with Control
it-
Magic.
Does it need to be?
I think it does, to my knowledge.
There's nothing that stipulates that you have to have rocks around you to do it.
Oh, it's a magical rock. Okay, so I can conjure it up. But
Cast rock.
I think I'm gonna do something a little different though.
Okay.
With the one that has their back to her, little green vines, like these ethereal green vines, are gonna like sprout out of her staff, and like they're gonna curl around herself, and then some are gonna lash out towards that other mage, and I'm gonna cast Mana Drain on them.
Hell yeah.
Oh, love it.
And so my target number is 12.
Target
like
number
the
12.
picture.
Come on, you got this.
And because it's spirit magic, I have that focus, so I get bonuses with that. Okay. Yes, I got like math. That's an 11 plus 6 is 17. Yeah, so I rolled a 17 with it. So got that. And so then they need to make a magic spirit test versus my spell power, which is 16 since I've got the focus in spirit magic.
Magic spirit, you said, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so they do have the focus in spirit magic.
Dang it. Okay.
I don't think that's going to help them though. 4 and 3 is 7. 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 plus 4 plus 2, so it's 8 plus 6 would be a total of 14.
So it doesn't! Ah! So now, every time they cast a spell, they have to use an additional mana point, and I get that additional point to my mana.
We love a siphon.
Yep.
let me chomp your mana.
You pay the tithe.
I'm just saying, imagine a spell like this existing in D&D where, you want to use that spell, you want to cast that spell, okay, you have to use a spell slot above that in order to do it, and if you do that, the spell slot that would have been used, I get that back. Like,
Yeah.
But no. They didn't think of that, but fucking Dragon Age did. Right?
Well, Meryl being like a little mana Pac-Man.
Exactly.
The ultimate fuck you.
Meryl just
They're
pulled out
invisible.
her blue Magic the Gathering deck and was like, all right.
I was gonna say like white because I know it has like a tithe card that's just like, do you
Yeah.
pay the tithe?
Did you say the time?
You
Gibba gibba.
There's just something really
pick a
fun.
minute.
There's something
Every
really
time you
funny.
cast them.
There's something really fun about playing the tithe card, and then every time somebody does anything, you want to pay the tithe? You want to pay it? You want to pay it?
Do you pay the smothering tithe? Thank you.
I love when they do it, and I'm just sitting there with like exquisite blood or sanguine bond in hand, like. Do it.
Taxes.
In response, I'm going to play both these cards. Everybody dies.
Hooray! We all lose.
Hooray!
But
Right, Shuddy.
We now go back to the top of initiative order. Aldrad, you are up. Tura, you are on deck.
To confirm something, a test is anytime something's rolled.
So so yes, if it just says test, anytime anything's rolled. If it says ability test, then it's anything that involves an ability being rolled. Wait, hold on. Let me check a wording on something, because as far as I believe, I think everything is just a test.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
But I
is
think
that
it's my memory of the rules.
I haven't used my +1. I thought I'd get something cast on me, and it hasn't happened yet.
I'm
So I was
just
like, I still
going
have
to-
this +1.
Hold on. So I'm just saying. A test result is a 3d6 plus an ability plus a focus. Okay, so let's jump here to... This is the one I want to check. Attacks. The attack roll was a basic ability test. Attacks are ability checks. So yeah, an ability test is anything.
Cool. I like this.
That's fucking cracked. That's cracked.
So now I have a +8 to this attack roll, you say?
oh my gosh.
I don't mind if I do. Well, I think
Extra bonuses, you say.
Oh well, who am I to turn that down? I think since Aldred was like fully pointing the greatsword that feels like a short sword at him, kind of like this, he'll just instinctually move to both hands back on the blade, and is like, well, I can't overswing and go for a piercing strike instead.
Oh, love it. Roll to hit.
More stun points, not as many, but still got stun points.
Oh my gosh.
I hate math.
That was such a mood.
23. 15 plus 8.
23 will hit.
So, well, yeah. Oh, there is actually something like this. Wow, I was doing this for flavor. So first and foremost, for this, since he's going for this, like piercing forward strike, I noticed there is a combat stun called Pierce Armor.
There you go.
So I think
Athletic.
Aldred is going for like specifically somewhere underneath the arm, because that's where he knows that's where that's weak.
So because you're using that stunt, their armor rating is halved for this attack. So their armor rating becomes 4, which means that Chainbreaker's 5 ignoring completely means all your damage is going straight through.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting another mighty blow with another stunt point.
Yes, Papa!
Good
Oh, provide.
strike, good strike, father.
Punish him.
Make him bleed. I don't know why I said. I don't know why I went all George Takei there. Make them bleed. Oh my.
Bye.
So 12 plus 9, because it's strength and willpower. 21.
21, and there is no armor for this because again, pierce armor is in effect, and Chainbreaker does ignore 5 points of armor. So you deal a total of 21 directly to this guy.
I also wouldn't like getting hit, not just hit, pierced by a greatsword in my armpit. I wouldn't like that very much either.
Not at all.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Brian that pectoral off.
No. Oh my god.
Is he still standing?
As he's still standing, yes. As someone who has been punched
Good!
directly in the armpit, I would hate the idea of it's a kill shot basically because of how easily that area moves. It can't heal very well. So
Oh, we have just signed this
Get ready
guy's
for
death
infection.
warrant.
Let me see here.
he needs some milk.
That's your problem. It ain't got no gas in it.
Ain't got no gas in it. That's great. I love it. Yeah, okay, good. That works. So, I'm going to use my last stun point, and I'm going to combine it with the two-weapon... What the heck is this called? Two-hander style novice thing, which means I get to move anyone I hit with an attack 2 yards, as well as the
You can,
skirmish.
So you can move them 4 yards with your attack, yeah.
So the idea with this one is what I'm doing is pierce in, and taking a book out of what Rihanna did, Aldred will look over at her and be like, I like your thought process. And saying that with the blade in him still, he slams this guy into the wall, grinds him around, and points his back towards Vesa. And still like holding on to his throat, he'll just kind of like whisper. This worked better for like a threaten, but he doesn't speak Kunari, so it's more for my sake. Just kind of whisper, Zesham, which means we have come.
Okay.
Just
That
in his
That was
face.
metal as fuck.
There's something really fun. There's something really fun about you slamming this guy's face against a wall and just cheese grating it across. It's really, really fun. It's like, I have
Your
magical armor,
blood.
fucking magical armor, this motherfucker, bam.
Yeah.
My,
Also, like
magic-
leading Kunari to a Tevinter mage.
my magical armor protects me from the most brutal of magical blows. Does that include splinters?
I was like, that
really
was very
fucking
well executed, Rihanna. Consider.
have you ever considered not moving them, but just fucking throwing them? Fantastic,
Yeah.
Aldrad. After yourself, it then goes to Tura.
Not Vesa,
Well-
sorry, Tura.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm gonna Arcane Lance again and hope that I get to do the thing again.
So valid.
Do the thing.
I don't get to do the thing again, but I did get a lot to hit.
Good.
So
Murder
that's
them.
11,
Murder.
15, 19 to hit.
Nice.
19 will hit them.
6. 10 points of damage!
Okay, 10 points of damage, so as you strike into their chest, they are going to take 2 points of that damage.
Did you see me, Dad? Did you see it? Did you see it?
I did something.
You
I heard him!
totally rock, dude.
See that splinter? I pushed that splinter a little further in. with
Right
my-
into, right into it.
stomped his toe!
I think Aldred does, not even like sarcastically, seeing the magic connect and just instinctual, masterful.
Oh.
I love this party so much. Fantastic. Tura, so the Arcane Lance hit, strikes him in the chest. Do you have any minor action you would like to do?
No.
No? Okay. And then your turn, it's going to go to their turn. They are going to... Run away! Run away!
No.
They are going to use their major action. And they're going to activate combat magic.
Cool.
So
Valid.
So Aldrad, as you've got his face like this and you feel him kind of pushing against you a little bit and you just shove his head back down, there's a point where he stops resisting and he takes this breath. And then you see all along his armour these runes, and then with very little exertion, he just... to look you dead in the face. And then he's going to speak into Vinter. Does anybody here speak to Vinter?
I speak ancient to Vinter. Ancient to Veen.
Ancient, Tavine, and Tevinter are two separate languages. One is a root, one is a new language.
Dragon Age
It's like Latin and Italian.
Yeah, pretty much.
I feel like unless it's something that got yelled at me a bunch, probably not.
That's absolutely fair.
Wow, that's horrifically sad.
That's really fucking hard.
Unless it was like the
actually.
slurs that they threw at me. I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Let me just double check something, because it is saying there that it's an activate action. I just want to double check and make sure an activate action is a major action.
That's a minor action. That's a minor action, actually.
A minor action. Okay.
Yep.
So he is
Oh,
actually going to
noes.
get. He's going to get.
Oh
hit.
no!
So then, as it is that, he will speak into Vinter, and he says something back to you. There's a look of understanding in his face, as it becomes understood to you, Aldrad, that he understands Kunla.
Makes sense, because Rhiannon was talking to
They're constantly at war with each other.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is going to be 13 plus 6, 19 to hit.
That shout. Yes.
He has got stunt points on that, and he does have 6 stunt points.
Oh. Let's go. Do it.
So I think, given what has happened to him, there's a couple of things I would like to do, but I will be 100% honest to what I put down for him. This particular guy does not have a real focus on being skillsy or artsy or something. So he is going to... He's going to blow all 5 of his stunt points. Or, well, he's going to blow 5 of them, because he does have 6. He's going to blow 5 of his stunt points once I find the stunt point list, because I keep moving away from it when I shouldn't, because I use it.
The only one that costs 5 is Lethal Blow, which is 2d6 extra damage.
Lethal Blow, that is the one he's using, 2d6 extra damage. So what he's going to do is he's going to, as he pushes his face back, he's going to lift up the 2-headed great axe that he has, so that the beard of it catches Chainbreaker, and he's then going to wrench down and push to the side, moving Chainbreaker aside, twist, and then jut the head of the axe directly at your throat. Essentially, throat punching you with the head of the great axe.
Ow.
Oh, fuck that!
Oh, wow. That is...
Perfect.
So that is going to be 2 4s is 8, plus 2 is 10, plus his magic, which is going to be a total of 16.
16 total?
I thought it was
16
still
total.
strength to hit, though.
That is strength to hit.
Oh, okay.
That
You
was
said
the
plus
damage.
magic. That was the
Oh.
damage?
That was the damage that I rolled there, yes.
Jesus!
So now, oh wait, sorry, hold on there, because I didn't add the extra 2d6. So I've got to add the 2d6.
Fuck up.
No, I was gonna say, that seems kind of low. Give me more here.
That's an additional 8 damage on that.
Perfect. That's about right. Good.
What, 4 damage?
And you are wearing a heavy chain.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot armor does something. Heavy chain, so I guess -7 from that.
Yeah, -7 from that. So essentially, you take away the 2d6 extra, so you'll take 16 damage.
Sick.
And for his one other stunt point, he'll just skirmish to push you away from him. Essentially, creating 2 yards of space between you guys. After his turn, it goes to Vesa with Rowan on deck.
Oh god, okay. I'm gonna go for that throat shot that Rowan has lined up for me.
Okay, so remember you have an additional +2 on this as well.
And so I have a total of +4.
Yeah. Just
So-
gonna. Dude's just gonna go in and he's just gonna cough blood and be dead.
Unfortunately, that is no stunt points, but that is exactly what I rolled last time too. So, oh no, it actually more. I'm not sure. Okay, that's 12 plus the regular 4 plus the other 4. So 12 plus 8 is 20.
20's definitely gonna
Right
hit.
one. Would love to get some stunt points, you bitch. All right, 4 plus 3 plus perception, so another 3, so 10 total damage. Also, just for the record, I forgot to add the bow's focus, so it was actually a 22 to hit. Not that it makes a difference, but
He's still hitting.
I'm still murdering him. Murder!
so 10 damage to the throat.
Okay.
Damn it. Whoa.
He, as it comes towards him, he does manage to shift slightly, so as it doesn't go for the throat, not because of your aim or such, but because if it goes in the throat, he's not at 0, but if it goes in the throat, he's fucking dead. So there's just like a slight shift, so instead of it going into his throat, as he manages to lift, it goes right into his collarbone.
Oh!
It hurts.
That's gonna hurt like a
Oh, bro,
mother.
just kill me at that point.
It got him like right on the edge of the neck.
Pretty much, yeah. So right in at the collarbone, and it goes deep. Like the weight behind this bow you have, you would expect it to go deeper until you realise that the reason it hasn't went deeper is because the arrowhead has bit directly into the collarbone.
Collarbone.
That bit right here, that bone right there.
Oh!
Like, see if you just take your finger and just apply light pressure onto that.
Yeah.
This guy's got an arrow sticking out of that.
Honestly, I'm glad we're killing him because I don't think any doctor could fix that.
That's not an easy. Any break to your collarbone is not an easy
It's
one.
really
To,
I was an
it's
adventurer
really
like you
hard.
until I took an arrow to the collarbone.
I feel like that would give some people pause, like, oh god, wait a minute.
I was an adventurer
retire.
like you one. I was an adventurer like you once until I took an arrow to the collarbone. That was 10 seconds ago. I'm the one that shot you.
I retired.
So it's then going to go to Rowan's turn. And as the arrow goes in,
I'm
sorry,
using my minor action to aim again for the next round.
apologies, I forgot you hadn't used your minor action. I do apologise.
And that's it.
It's going to go to Rowan's turn, and Rowan is going to essentially just follow up from that. He's going to
Just disembowel this guy.
just push the guy forward with his shield, like take the shield arm away, put it on the small of his back, and push forward. But as he pushes forward, right arm. As he pushes forward, he's pushing him against the blade that he's got at his gut, and essentially using the momentum of it to kind of spin and almost like circular saw the soft part of the gut. Let's see how he does.
The holy man.
So it's a fairly low roll. I think he's still going to squeak by the hit. So we've got a rolled 7, right? 2 1s, and the dragon dice is a 5. So he does have 5 stunt points, but it's a rolled 7. But Sir Rowan, where are you? Is 3d6 plus 7, a 5 in strength, with a plus 2 because of the focus and heavy blades. So he does have a total of 14 to hit, which means he is going to successfully hit the guy. And he's got 5 stunt points on it. So I think on this one, we're going to throw in lethal blow. He's going to try and kill this guy. So that's a total of 2d6 plus 6 plus 2d6. Or I could just do the normal one and say 4d6 plus 6. That would be the simple way to do that.
No, don't do the simple way. Do the fun way. You get to see more dice.
That is cocked. It's the exact... This is what it would have been. So, 4 and 1 is 5, plus 5 is 10, plus 3 is 13, plus 6 is 19 damage. With no armor soak on that.
Yeah, they're in robes.
So this guy is opened up like the front of a parcel as intestines and viscera fall out.
Well, that's gonna
He's
kill
not
the other guy.
He's not dead. He has
He's not dead?
He has minor
That is
hit points
horrifying.
left. Minor hit points left.
I bet he wishes he was.
But essentially, if the combat was to end before... If the other 2 were brought down to 0 before it got to this guy's next turn, I would be ending initiative and essentially going to someone can make the coup de grace. This guy is, for lack of a better term, he ain't... Without magical healing, he's not walking away from this.
Dips.
Not when his intestines are off the ground. He's not.
Dips.
Let's see what you're made of. Not a lot.
Daddy!
If this was a BBEG, he'd be like, "Let me show you all the beautiful colors inside you."
Oh, I love it.
You're painting with the colors of the wind now, my friend.
So it's then going to go
The
on to
wind is a fart.
It's going to go into mage number 1, who is the one who is currently locked in a little bit of a to and fro combat, with his intestines on the floor.
Good stuff.
I'm going to be honest, not because I'm trying to be overly nice to you guys, but I think I'm honestly going to skip him. I think he's at the point where he's been opened up. He's
Valid.
not
That's
really...
fair.
His entire... Do you know what? I won't do that, actually, right? He's going to use a minor action to activate his what the fuck, and the major action is him trying to scoop his innards out of the outward back into his innard. As he's just very pathetically just kind of like that blank look of shock on his face as he's just trying to scoop up what he can. Very pale white. He is in shock.
That's on PTSD, homie.
Right there.
Hey, you know what? Technically speaking, he won't have to live with it.
Then we're going to
Oh,
go...
we do.
Fucking hell, guys. Then we're going to go to... Then we're going to go to mage number 2. Mage number 2 is the one who is currently tangling with Rhiannon.
And if he wants to cast a spell, he has to use an
He
extra
has to
mana
spend
point.
an extra mana point.
I almost said these poor fuckers. Never mind.
No.
I'm gonna be so real with you. If I saw my go-to guy just trying to put himself back together, I might just put down my staff.
Also, let's be so for real.
I'd be like,
That is-
you know what? You're right.
Of course,
we made a
Rhiannon
joke.
said no prisoners.
I
know, but
So,
He did get disemboweled. Literally.
you'd want it to be quicker than that shit.
I think that would be the point where you just take out a knife and just
Yeah.
just end it.
put them out of their misery.
You know, like the Simpsons thing where, like, you know, they just go like, wait, hold on, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is about time that kind of thing would come out. So yeah, he's gonna do this. He's gonna do the thing. It's a big ask. It's a big ask, but I think he can do it.
Is he going to walking bomb himself?
No. I don't think I gave him walking bomb.
No,
Oh,
he's gonna
good.
do it to his friend.
I didn't give him walking bomb. It's really funny you say that. It is really fucking funny you say that.
Oh, great.
No, it's not that he's going to do. He is going to turn and look at Meryl. He will pay the extra mana point, meaning he's going to expend, of the mana points he has, well actually he's actually got a fairly decent pool of mana points at this point, but he's going to expend, it should be 15, but he's going to expend 16 mana points.
I'm fucking sorry.
I'm about to die. Okay.
What the?
He's going to
been
roll.
real.
He's going to roll. His target number is 19.
Shut the fuck up. What is he casting?
Oh.
You'll be fine.
Or what is he not casting?
That is exactly 19. Exactly.
Okay.
Casting.
Meryl, I require you to make a Constitution stamina check versus his spell casting. His spell power, sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, boss. That's not looking good. I only got a +1 to my con.
All sixes. All sixes.
I rolled a 1, 2, and a 3.
Shut No!
Okay, so that's going to be a failed. That's going to be a failed one. He's going to cast Curse of Mortality.
Oh.
I don't know what that does. I'm gonna have to look it up to know what's about to happen.
He essentially forces you closer and closer to the end of your life. You're going to suffer 2d6 plus his magic penetrating damage.
Yeah, I'm looking
So
at
that's
this.
So that's going to be a total of 12 damage right now.
Okay.
Right now is the key
And
word.
you will take 1d6 plus his magic damage at the beginning of each of your turns. Additionally, you cannot regain health by any means.
Yeah.
This lasts for a number of rounds equal to their magical ability. If you make a successful Constitution stamina test versus his spell power when the spell is cast, then instead you just take the 1d6 penetrate and that's it. This isn't like D&D. There is no you get to make the test at the end of blah blah blah. You've got this for 6 rounds. You will be taking, and I think it's only fair to make you aware of this, you'll be taking a minimum of 7 damage every turn. Minimum.
Meryl.
As
I'm
he
sending
does
him to
that,
hell.
he's gonna grin at Rhiannon, and again he speaks into Vinter. That's his turn. After mage number 2, please don't hate me. After mage number 2, it's going to go to Rhiannon. And Rhiannon's gonna fucking hit him.
I'm gonna play in this guy's blood.
String you up like a puppet.
That's definitely going to be a hit. That is a grand spanking total of 16 to hit. That's more than enough to hit his defense. She's going to make her damage. No stunt points on that, unfortunately, but the damage is fucking hell. 6 and 6 is 12, plus 4 is 16. 16 plus 16 plus 6 is a total of 22. He has exactly 22 hit points. She is going to bisect him from head to, well, what was once there. Straight down the middle as she carves through him. Then she'll use her minor action to move towards you, Meryl. I do need to just very quickly double check something. I'm just going to quickly Google, see if I can get an answer to this. I want to know if the spell still lingers beyond the person that cast it dying. I think it does. I think it does, but I just want to double check it.
Green Roner, are you in the chat again? You want to confirm this for us?
Right.
Maybe you should have wrote a letter. Man.
As long as the duration allows, even if the caster dies.
Damn.
Rats.
Been a fun run, guys.
Dragon Age doesn't work like that. It's not like you go down and then you'll keep taking damage. Once you're down, it can't hurt you anymore, so it stops then. It's not like you don't lose points the more you're getting hit as you're down. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Would it do coup de grace, though?
I don't think so, no. Coup de grace is something you have to... I am going to do a coup de grace. You have to specifically state it. Coup de grace is like if you were sneaking up to somebody who's asleep in D&D and you make an attack against them, you'll get advantage. If it's Dragon Age, you get to coup de grace. Because oh yeah, Dragon Age, I'm going to slide this knife inside this guy's ear. Okay, you get advantage on doing that. Dragon Age, I'm going to put my knife inside this guy's ear. Well, that's going to scramble his fucking brain, so he's going to be dead. So yeah, so it's not like that.
Lobotomy.
That is the end of Rihanna's turn. Meryl, it comes to your turn. You're going to take... I rolled a 1. You're going to take 7 damage.
Okay. Cool.
And that is 1 tick down. 6 turns
The
becomes
more
5
ones
turns.
you roll, the longer she lasts.
Meryl, practice self-care. Please, God.
I can't do anything about it.
There's nothing
I can't
you
heal
can do about
myself.
it.
Oh yeah, you can't restore HP. Fuck.
Yeah, you can't restore hit points in any way.
So we can't do shit until she falls.
Nope.
Yeah. So, I think Meryl, recognizing the feeling of her life going out of her body and not being able to stop it, there's no panic, there's no fear, there's no sorrow, there's just like this acceptance on her face, like, and for her in her head, she's like, if I can do one good thing before I die, maybe I haven't been worthless. So, Rhiannon's coming towards her. Meryl runs straight past her and is going for Aldred to cast a heal because she saw that he got hit earlier. So that's gonna be her one thing that she's gonna try and do. She needs to do target number of 10. Yes, I absolutely get that. And I'm gonna go ahead and spend 2 mana for this, so I can do 2d6 of health restored to you. That's going to be a total of 10 hit points back to you, Aldred.
Why you got to do these things to me, Jess?
And I think to Aldred, as she like just reaches out and like just puts like her hand on him, she just very quietly to him will say, "Whatever happens, it's okay." That will be her turn.
After that, it then goes to... It would
Top
go
of the
to the
round.
top of initiative round, but we are just at the point where we would usually take our wee break. So we're going to take our 15-minute break just now. We'll come back, going into the next round of this combat. Do not go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after our break. But as we go into our break, we're going to pass over quickly to this little screen that I've got up here, just prepared, you know, just in the off chance that anybody would want to see the amazing artwork that has been
Soon
designed
to change.
for us. And it's absolutely stunning. Like, just for one, just look at that. How beautiful is that? That's absolutely stunning.
Look at that.
And
Look
I
at
know, right? Look at those handsome fuckers, and the weird bearded guy at the back kind of ruins it, but the other
Shut
guy's
up.
stunning.
Shut the fuck up. handsome
Absolutely
man.
not.
The
No
sexiest one in the
self-deprivation
group?
here.
Shut up.
So, absolutely phenomenal. Like I said, we're going to drop in. Jess, if you can send me the link.
Do you want me just to drop it in the chat right now?
I don't know if you'll be able to. I think it has to be me that does it. I need to get
okay.
around to adding mods on so that it can be done.
Perfect.
But what was the name of the artist's name again?
So it's two artists that work together. They go by Anri Mary, but their names are Elena and Irina, and they
Fantastic.
are fabulous to work with.
Are they the
I
ones that
love
you've
working
used
with
for
them.
like the other artwork and stuff you've done? Phenomenal artists.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Just fabulous.
just great. So
Yeah.
we will get a link and everything sorted for them, and we'll get that posted into the chat. But we're going to go take our 15-minute break now, so we will see you guys after our break. Hello there,
Not Meryl going,
folks.
"Ugh," like we're not the ones gonna have to deal with this.
Thank
we
you.
are back. And we're starting at the top of initiative round 3, so Aldrad, you are up.
Aldrad is usually very, like, removed in combat. Kind of like, you get stone face or you get jeering taunts. I think with that comment, kind of, like, breaks Aldrad almost out of that, like, battle trance for a second. As the words kind of ring in his head. And it's very clear those words are ringing in his head. He just feels this sudden, like, weight, as if he's carrying someone. Or several people. So, how is the guy that I'm currently pinning the fuck, like, who's currently got me, like, hit? How's he looking with his great axe?
He's nowhere near as bad as the other two. Well, I mean, considering that the other two are either cut sideways or cut downways.
Yeah.
He's at least in one piece. He's looking like he's been fairly beat up, but he has recently just cast combat magic, so he is looking like he's got a bit of an energy burst about him.
I think then that'll be like... the rat has some fight. In Kunlad, actually, it'll be the rat or the trash has some fight, basically.
Cool.
So, yeah, can make an attack on him. I can make it all out. Fuck it.
Go for it.
Bad. Definitely my worst roll, right? But not bad. 18.
18.
Yes.
18 will certainly hit.
Cool.
Bear with me a little moment.
Yes.
I want to see if he's able to do this. Just need to quickly check. No, it's on his turn. Continue on, you go.
Okay. 18 to hit, unfortunately. No stun points this time. So it's just be a standard swing. Can't happen every round, you know? Okay. Guess I didn't need him. Math. My worst enemy. This would be really funny if he's alive after this. I assume he will be, but I have an idea. That is fucking man. God damn it! I can't with you. Be nice to me. Just shut up and actually count. Wow, yeah, fucking Meryl's words fucked up Jack too. Jesus. No. Yes. No? Yeah. 27. Max damage.
27.
Oh. It was 18 plus 9 that was really fucking with me there.
How do you want to kill him?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, sorry, not 27, 28. It was all out.
Oh yeah, you're right. That stops it. How do you want to kill him?
I think with, like, the getting hit, how do I want to kill him? We're in a ship, so I'm not going to pin him to the wall. Not a good idea.
People walk by.
We're like, what the fuck? I think Aldrad will... God, how do I want to? Jesus. I think it's... Since he went for that attack, and, like, he, like, hooked Chainbreaker with his great axe, there's this moment of, like, with going into the great axe, since it's an all-out attack, with the words ringing in his head, he full on pushes into the great axe. Like there's no, like all self-preservation is gone basically. So he is just moving in, not caring if he gets hit at all. So I think in this instance, where his blade would be, which is a little lower down, he moves up and like grazes his like cheek on the great axe. Fully like,
Okay.
the only reason I'm right here is because it would be stopping. I'd get like, and as he's doing that, he fully, because I was gonna move him anyway, he runs him through, like, from the side of him basically. So like, he steps forward, and as this guy tries to make some kind of counteroffensive, there's just a like almost like a sway and a full pierce up as he's now just picked this guy up and like fully like shish kebabbed him basically on Chainbreaker.
Okay.
And as he's kind of holding him there in the air, he'll like slowly bring him down, just staring into his eyes. And Aldred's not been around this much magic in a minute. So I think there's this moment where as he's looking into Aldred's eyes, there's not only the piercing gaze of a Kunari staring back at him, but this learned look. This look of someone who's seen way more of the world. And that's not like, oh, you might be seeing. No, this man feels two separate eyes looking at him at the same time. He sees four eyes on him for a moment. And as he sees those eyes, Aldred brings him down and fully runs him through, bisecting, fully cutting off his right arm.
Love it.
And just lets him...
Okay, at that point, I'm going to remove us from initiative order, because the only person left is the one who's currently scooping their guts back into their belly. So, we have two situations to deal with. Meryl, you've got you've got 5 more rounds of that thing hitting. So I'm just going to roll 5d6.
Okay.
And you're going to go down anyway because you're adding on 6 to each one. So it's a minimum of 35.
Yep.
But we'll see how it just Astral Drop. There's no point in rolling them because you're going to go down anyway, and Dragon Age doesn't work like D&D. So Meryl, you can physically hear in your ears your heartbeat slowing and slowing and slowing until such a point where you just kind of like your vision blurs around the edges and you will lose consciousness.
Before that, as it's happening, she's gonna open her bag. She starts taking things out, and just very matter-of-factly, like she pulls out the mana potion. She's like, "This is for Tira." She pulls out her money. That's for Vesa. And she pulls out what looks to be like these little vials of like different oils. And she's like, "This is for Luca. It will help his scalp." And then she looks at Audra and she goes, "This one is for you because your hair is very coarse and it needs a lot of care." And then she turns to Rhiannon and she holds out her journal and she goes, "Philip will pay you once he sees this." And she'll hand that off. And then she just kind of sits and puts her back against the wall and just waits.
Okay. So, here's how this works in Dragon Age. Now, as you reach 0, it's not like D&D where you're unconscious. The moment you hit 0, you're incapable of any action, but you're still conscious, you can still talk, all that jazz. You're just not capable of doing anything else. Okay? You die after a number of rounds equal to 2 plus your Constitution modifier. What's your con mod?
A 1. A 1.
1. Okay, so 3 rounds, so you've got essentially 45 seconds.
Yep.
Unless you receive any healing. You can talk, but you cannot take any other actions. You die at the start of the final round, and allies have until then to save you. How do you save them, I hear you ask? Very simply. Here we go. Where are you? Where am I? I did have it, and then I lost it. Here we are. Found it. I promise I'm good at this. So, someone can take the heal action. Now, that was what was discussed was going to be happening. Now, healing action is very simple. It is a major action, I believe.
Why am I so stressed?
A heal is a major action, yes.
Heal is a major action. Fantastic.
But
So-
Tira can do it as a minor, right? Because of your
Correct.
Chirurgy.
Because they have that, yes. So, essentially, Tura will get 6 attempts at this. Because you can minor then major, minor then major, minor then major.
Yep.
So,
We're just 2 minors.
oh yeah, you
Either
can
way.
2 minor as well.
Either way.
I forgot that in Dragon Age you can switch out major minor or minor minor.
Yep.
Still, I get 6.
Another thing that's really, really good. Either way, you'll get 6 tries at this because each round in Dragon Age is 15 seconds. Where is the fucking thing?
Which
Excuse
thing?
me just a wee minute. I'm just looking for the... Found it. Here we are. So you have to be adjacent. You have to have some form of healing apparatus. This is bandages, a poultice, a wet flannel. You know, something along those lines. Do you guys ever get that in America? Like, you know, you go to the nurse in school and it was like, oh, I don't feel well, wet flannel. Oh, I've got a
Actually,
runny
yes.
nose, wet
That's a
flannel.
ice pack.
I broke my arm and I've lost 3 fingers, wet flannel.
Ibuprofen.
With us, no, we weren't allowed that. With us, it was a blue paper towel. That's what we got. If you're ever in Scotland and anybody says to you, prove you know something about Scotland, just go wet paper towel, blue paper towel, wet blue paper towel, and every Scottish person will go, you fucking get it, you get it. The trauma. Turning up with a broken nose.
Speaking of
Turning up with a
trauma.
broken nose after rugby practice, like my nose is sideways, like I can't breathe properly, and then just like, I'll get you a wet blue paper towel. Put that on your nose as if it's going to fucking miraculously heal it. That's how I learned very
Ice
quickly.
packs and Tylenol.
That's where I learned very quickly. If you shove a pencil up your nose and twist, you can snap your nose back into place.
Yeah.
Not recommend.
For viewers' discretion, don't do that.
I love how somebody immediately just went, not correct.
Trained professionals only.
I will have you know, I snapped my own nose back into place twice. Do I now have really bad issues where I have to get an operation to re-break my nose so that I can breathe out my left nostril? Yes, but the point still stands. Here's the difference. My right nostril. My left nostril.
Oh, that didn't even get picked up.
I know, right?
Yeah. There's no
Anyway,
air
sorry.
moving.
That's my fault there. I tangently does. So, Tura, you're going to be making a cunning healing check. Okay? Now that is going to be with a target number of 11. If you're successful, your ally will get back an amount of health equal to the dragon die of your successful roll plus your cunning. They cannot benefit from another heal, specifically the heal action, until they take damage again. Okay?
Okay.
So, the moment Meryl kind of starts to... You guys can see the paleness come in. Not just the paleness of, like, you know, blood loss or the paleness of feeling ill or poorly. This is that greyish pallor, lips turning slightly blue, as life is literally being drained out of Meryl. Tura, if you could make your first attempt.
Closes her eyes this whole time. Just rests her head back, closes her eyes. Just waits.
I imagine it feels a little bit like you're about to pass out.
Yep.
You're just like, ooh, I need to sit down.
Yeah, this isn't even like, oh, I'm experiencing mass amounts of blood loss. Literally, my life force is being...
Okay, so the first one is not successful. The second one.
That's worse.
That's worse. Okay. So there's a as you attempt it the first time, like okay, it's cool. I've done this a number of times before, and you start to put all the things out, mixing up these slightly magical imbibed tinctures and poultices that you've been taught by the keeper of your clan. And you apply them speaking the words that you know to speak, but there's no effect. The curse that's on Meryl is just a little bit stronger than you expect. But no matter, because you just start at the beginning again, you make them from scratch again, you start to pull them both together. Can I have your third attempt, please?
Fuck out of here.
Oh.
I got 10.
Okay, cool. The third one does not go. Can I have your fourth attempt, please?
Ten again.
10 again. Okay.
Switch your dice.
I am. Okay.
It's at this point, Tura, where you see that this is now essentially 2 lots of these tinctures that have been made that have not worked. As you back to the drawing board, it's cool, we got this, you've still got that kind of, and then you see that you've got enough of the resources left for one last attempt. It counts as 2 last attempts, but for the one last
Making
attempt.
of, yeah.
You pull them both together. Can you make your 5th attempt, please?
11.
That is the target number needed. What's the dragon dice?
6.
And what's your cunning score?
3.
3. So, this one you you pull it all together, and then you take that breath. You start to speak those elvish words.
I think.
If you have words, go for it.
Yeah, I think instead of the normal words, she's gonna kind of go on a rant for a second.
Are you doing the Jay Baruchel from the Sorcerer's Apprentice?
No.
you and your fucking pointy-toed shoes and your fucking stupid old man jacket.
No. So she's gonna say, "Mam lava halani, ir telhima," and then Mala Suladin Nadas. And then she's gonna just kind of like just start to shake. So what she said was, you helped me. I'm me again because of you. Now you must endure.
I know you're hungry.
I like it. I really like it. And it's very telling that as this finally takes effect, and Meryl, you feel that curse snap and break off. I would say, Meryl, I think you would hear the last lines of that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to come back fully aware now into the land of the living. And as you guys would see Meryl's eyes open, there's like a level of tension that just kind of snaps out. Fades off a little bit. Well done, you survived your first encounter with character death. Again, to reiterate, and for those who are watching at home, a little trigger warning. Dragon Age, until very, very late game, does not have a bring back your people from the dead spell. There is no revivify. There is no what's the one? There's no spare the dying. If you go down, you're down. Until you get to, like, I believe it's... There's, like, a late game spell which is Resurrection or Mass Resurrection, but they have, like, 4 or 5 spell requirements before them. So you need to have, like, 4 or 5 different spells. Because that's how spells work in Dragon Age. You can have the really powerful spells, but, like, if you want Firestorm, you need, like, Burning
Flaming
Ward. And for
weapons.
Burning Ward, you need Flaming Weapons. And for Flaming Weapons, you need Fireball. And for Fireball, you need Fire Blast. So you have to work your way up the stream, basically. So, at this level, somebody having Resurrection is not even remotely likely. But in this instance, it has come through. And Meryl is still with us. On 9 hit points as well.
Yeah, I was sweating.
Me too.
Tira is just gonna just collapse and sob.
If it would be okay, yes.
Mhm.
If Meryl comes to, Aldrad is trying to stay far away, to not fuck up Tira's work.
Mhm.
But Meryl would feel like Aldrad's hand very tightly around hers. And the second her eyes are open, where the breath comes back in, just kind of, let's go. And I think only Meryl would see, just because of, like, the angle Aldrad's holding himself at.
Mhm.
He's not sobbing, but there are full tears in his eyes. And he kind of just stands up. And there's, like, a gasping sound that sounds like he can't breathe.
Mhm.
He just kind of puts a hand on his, like, chest. Just, like, positions himself as close to a panic attack, basically. Actually, no, a full-on panic attack. He's just going to remain there.
I think Meryl, as she just kind of, like, her eyes open, she realizes, oh, I didn't die. Okay. She had fully accepted this, so now she's, like, having to come out of that acceptance. Oh, yes.
I do apologise, I have to make a quick change in statement. If you die, you can't be brought back. There is no spell. It only affects dying, not dead. So, in Dragon Age, if you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah, it is permanent.
Yeah. If there is anything along the lines of resurrection, it will be a very big deal. Like a powerful spirit healer or some kind of shit will be pulling that off. It's not going to be a... I'm not saying I won't allow it, but it's going to be a sporadic thing. But yeah, I wanted to go quickly check it. There is spells that help for somebody who's dying, but for dead, nothing. There ain't none. In Dragon Age, in the games, there are spells to bring back allies that have died. Not here. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah. So I think it's just kind of like reorienting herself like back in her body. She'll hear Tira like just curled up crying, and she'll just like kind of like rest a hand and just like gently rub Tira's back. And then seeing Aldred having a panic attack, she's just gonna reach up and take his hand and try and kind of pull him down so that he, and like almost like just put her hand around and just like hold him there. And just tell him, breathe with me. Breathe with me.
Not Meryl coming back from literal death's door and being like, okay, I got you.
That's what she does.
I'm going to make a roll, as it's quite an emotional moment. I'm going
our
make a
companions just being like...
I'm going to make a little roll. Okay. So Rhiannon is going to kneel down put her hand on your shoulder, Meryl, and say, "Everything good?" And it's very clear those who are mages would understand. Rhiannon is kind of giving you a once-over in case, like, is it you, or did something else come back?
Like, is that you in
Legitimate
there?
threat in Dragon Age, by the way, guys.
Yes, it is,
Legitimate
it is.
threat.
It is very.
So she's just kind of giving you the once-over.
It.
Just kind of giving you a once-over, but she does kind of give you a nod of, like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be in it. It just seems to be you.
Mm-hmm. And Meryl will just be like, "No need to cut my head off yet."
she's gonna smile. She's gonna smile and then kind of gesture her head backwards towards Rowan and just be like, "I think I'll leave that to him." Speaking of Rowan, the moment like Rowan is like, you know, held breath, tense as he's watching all this healing go on.
Best is doing the same.
The moment that Meryl moves, I did roll for it. I made a wee roll to see if he's got, you know, some kind of like composure or anything. He doesn't. He has no composure whatsoever. He gives an actual exclamation of like a ah of like pure relief and joy. And you know that thing where like out of like pure relief, whether it's a stranger or whether it's like someone you know really well, you just grab the nearest person to you. So he's just gonna hug the nearest person to him. Which is not Vesa, sadly.
Oh.
Which is really, really the sad part. So
She is still standing, to be fair.
Yeah. So it would be Aldrad because he was right next to Aldrad. So Aldrad, you just have these arms just go round you. And it's not like I really wanted to hug you. It's just more of a my body's moving and I need to grab someone.
I think having gotten that little bit of support from Meryl, Aldrad kind of snap back to it, and having that, he'll put his arm around Sir Rowan and just kind of being like, give him like, not like an awkward pat, but like a reassuring one where it's like, let the instincts of your body guide you here. Just lay. And I think
It's just a fucking cuddle puddle going on when somebody's.
basically,
Do you know what I've just realised? While this is going on, nobody's coup de grace the mage, so he's just in the corner like.
Okay, actually, so I wanted to say, like, while Tira was trying to heal Meryl, I wanted to go over and.
Okay.
Like,
so
don't have me
please describe your coup de grace. This is how coup de grace go. There's no. I don't think there's any roll for it.
No, because when
I don't remember what.
Osric did it, there wasn't a roll for it. It was just.
No,
I'm fairly sure there's no roll for it. It's just
that would be
go up and
exceptionally funny.
It's just like go up and describe how it's done.
Die already! Die! Come on!
A miss? What would a miss in that instance even look like?
Coup de grace.
Thank you. What page?
Coup de grace, page 53. No, you just move up and you automatically kill it. If you want to make a ranged attack to deliver a coup de grace,
No.
you make an attack roll against against a defense of 10.
I have a short sword, so I'm just gonna go up and finish them off. Very matter of factly. My brain is on Meryl right now, so it's literally gonna be a run up, throat slit, and run back, and then wait with bated breath.
Okay, cool. But with
I
that,
think
you
when
guys
Meryl does, when Meryl does pop back up, I'm gonna probably turn and just kind of rest my head on the wall, just like, oh my god.
You guys have successfully killed 3 Tevinter mages. No simple feat. Despite how easily you handled the combat, not a simple feat. But there is still another thing to be discussed. What lies ahead of you now is the door into the bowels of the ship and into this black market auction, where you could find great weapons of power, amazing and beautiful works of art, and also a mage. Rhiannon is going to turn and look at you, Meryl, and say, "There's no harm in turning back."
Nothing for me back there, so everything that I have is here.
Poor fucking Luca.
Well, no, she's including Luca in this. She's meaning like turning back and like giving up all it. She's like, no, I'm not gonna give up.
Also, I want to add something real fast. While you're saying all I have is here, I'm gonna put your stuff back in your bag.
Going round everybody and just taking it out with their hands and putting it back in the bag.
I don't think anyone picked up the thing that she meant for everybody, so it's just kind of sitting there.
I don't think anybody knew what was going on, and then all of a sudden she just dropped dead.
Right.
Meryl did say
She was like, "This is for this. This is for this. This is
you
for
put
this."
the thing in Aldrad's hand, right? Or is that like you gave
No,
that?
she had just set it out.
Set it out? Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, so then, like,
She
alphabetical
did
order or
indicate,
whatever.
though, to Aldrad, be like, this one is especially for you because your hair is
Yeah.
coarse and it needs a lot of care.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, like, because you said what it was for, I'm like, okay, now enough of that. Take your stuff back.
So, with that, the door into the bowels of the ship lies in front of you all. What do you all want to do?
Meryl will
A reminder that you guys can take a breather before you go down.
Yeah, we should definitely take a breather.
Take 5 minutes to be like, I almost died.
So taking a breather in Dragon Age is like the equivalent of taking a short rest. In D&D. However, it is much, 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 much shorter. Taking a breather in Dragon Age is 10 minutes. I think it's 10 or 5 minutes. It's 10 minutes.
I think it's
10
5.
minutes, I'm sure. It's 5 minutes. Oh, that's even
Yeah.
better. Yeah. So you take 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes, you are able to regain some hit points, kind of regather your senses, all that kind of stuff.
How many hit points do we get back? I don't remember. Is
You
it like a
use
1d6?
Con?
Finding
Or is
it
just
as
con?
well.
1d6 plus con, I'm pretty sure, is what you get back for doing it.
Cool. I have a 6. Yay! Which means I get another 7. I'm at 16. I'm invincible, baby.
Fuck yeah, you are.
I survived death already.
Very keyless, we're gods coded.
We're fucking in
Oh,
here.
wait. Hold on. After a breather, you get back 5 plus constitution plus level.
Yeah.
Oh!
I also just found it.
Okay, so 5 plus Constitution is 6. Okay, so I get an additional 1.
Oh, wait,
I'm at 17 now.
Fran, up to
Yeah?
you. If you were at 0 health when the combat ended, you cannot take a breather at all.
Uh,
Oh.
Well, technically, she
I'm
wasn't.
gonna be
That's
easy
you.
on it for the sake of this one.
Fair
I'm
enough.
gonna be easy on it for the sake of this one.
I wasn't trying to, like, be the dick that's like, but the rules say.
I'm gonna be
Hey, I'm
easy on
fine
it.
with it.
I'm gonna be easy on it based on the fact that technically the combat wasn't over.
Oh yeah, because we had the one guy that was
because of the coup de grace. So
Fair enough.
So we're gonna fly. But going forward in future,
Thanks for
we'll
not
have-
dying immediately, dude. I got some hit points.
Honestly, I did forget that. But going forward, we'll take into effect now that if you're at 0 hit points, you do not get a breather.
She wasn't at 0 when combat ended either.
That's true.
The spell
is
was
also
still
true.
ticking.
The spell was still ticking.
There we go.
I
There we
like
go.
that
All
one
the
better because I
loopholes.
took us out.
All the
I took us out
loopholes
of
we could
initiative
find.
order.
Yeah,
All of them.
that's
Fucking
actually more like in line.
This wasn't loopholes. This was loop spaghettios. Like we found them all.
I really don't feel like that last point is a loophole. I feel like that is like rules
Just
as
a
written.
matter of fact.
That's very rules as written.
It's like, you said your
Also,
combat was over.
Why the fuck are we looking for rules written? I'm the fucking keeper. I said it happened, alright? And I'm God.
I was just pointing out a fact, okay?
So yeah, that's absolutely fine. So 5 plus your constitution plus your level is the hit points you get back for taking a breather.
Nothing. Tyr goes and stands in a corner.
Valid. It's valid.
So for 5 minutes, you guys grab like, a chunk of bread, a stick of dried meat, a drink of water, sit down for 5 minutes, stare at a wall, I don't know, gaze at each other. I don't know. Listen, Dragon Age is a really weird game, right? Okay, you do weird shit in camp.
Staring at the wall.
Not the weirdest thing that happens in camp, just saying. After that 5 minutes, it is time to make your way into the bowels of the ship. Now, who wants to knock on the door?
I will.
Vesa. Okay, Vesa. You step forward.
Knock
Go
3
ahead.
times.
You knock 3 times.
And I will wait a beat to see if anyone like says who's there or anything.
Yeah.
And regardless, I will say Dragonsbane.
Okay, knock 3 times. Wait a beat, then you say Dragon's Bane, and the door hatch slides open, and a pair of eyes look out, and they say,
Are they gonna see the viscera behind us?
just that. They don't seem entirely fussed about it. Look out and they say, "Do you have a bell?" You hold up the bell. It makes no ringing sound because you're
I
at
know.
At which point they go, "Welcome." Slide the door, and they open up the door and allow you guys to step in. The moment that it's opened, you can hear the sounds coming from inside. The sounds of bartering, the sounds of coins changing hand, and the sounds of hammers and gavels on auction plates. Do you make your way inside?
I do. Yeah.
Aye.
As you make your way in, you see a fairly large number of people. More than you saw stepping foot on board this boat. It's clear that this auction seems to be some kind of permanent fixture within this ship. You see people of all races, elves, humans, dwarves, and Kunari, wearing the garbs of different mercenary outfits. You can see what is very evidently, for those of you who are city raised. So Aldrad, you would have at least enough knowledge of them to recognise that, oh, this must be what I'm looking at. Meryl, you definitely have. Okay? Val Royo is full with the seedy underfolk. Both of you have heard of and probably maybe once or twice seen a member of the famed Dwarven Carta, the criminal underground of the Dwarven people. You can see them here, most notably known by their casteless members. You can tell those who are casteless as they have a mark tattooed on them underneath their left eye. The mark may vary, but it is a mark nonetheless that marks them as being someone without a caste. You can see what appear to be more Tevinters here, but they carry no robes of purpose and no armor and weapons. They actually appear to be possibly lower nobles, maybe even a magister. And at the far end you can see some Kunari wearing quite a lot of finery on top of what was once, simple leather armors and such, but they now have gold and jade adornments. It's at this point you can hear the person conducting this auction say, "We now move on to the portion of this auction which everybody, I am aware, has been waiting for. We move on to the recent offerings of mages that have been brought to our attention, and we have 2 up for auction today. One of them, and the Sarabas, is brought up onto the stage. A dreaded Kunari Sarabas. With this control rod being given, you'll have complete control of a destructive machine. It is said that the Maker said magic was made to serve man, not rule him. And well, what better way to prove it?" And our second offering for today, a recent addition. As passing through the ship, we found a unattended mage.
Motherfucker.
Did they touch my son?
At which point you guys would see Luca being led on the stage.
Oh.
They start to gesture to the marks on his face, the obvious markings of the dreaded Dalish. Fierce combatants and their foreign and powerful magics, twisting nature against their foes.
Oh, do I do something stupid?
Meryl's about to do something stupid.
I was like, as soon as they
Aldrad's
say the
bloodlusted.
dreaded Dalish, like Vessa's like puffing up, and she's like, "I'll show you dreaded."
At the word dreaded, so Rowan sees Luca and immediately is like, oh. The moment they say a member of the dreaded Dalish, Rowan turns and looks at Vessa. But it's not a look of, oh shit, what's she going to do? It's a, am I doing something?
Is it? I got your back, sweetie.
And no, it's less of, it's right, to be very clear. He's aware Dalish pride runs very deep. Okay? No matter how much you dislike a Dalish elf, 2 Dalish elves absolutely hate each other, fine. But at the end of the day, they're both Dalish.
Right.
He knows Vessa is massively weirded out by Luca. For some reason, he doesn't understand why, but he knows that she is. But he also understands that Vessa is still very Dalish. And that is another Dalish. Who, despite the bluster and everything, it's very evident. Luca is young. He is 16, 17 years old. He's also ill, right? Let's be honest with that one. He's ill. He's really, really ill. He does not like the water. And he's quite scared right now. Even though there is no friendship between them, he knows enough about the Dalish to understand that no Dalish is going to let that fly. So Rowan is very, very aware and prepared for the fact that Tura and Vessa may... I don't think he knows this so much on the side of the Dalish thing, but most on the fact of, like, whenever he looks at Luca, Meryl is next to him. So he knows at least 3 of the members of this party are getting ready to do something. He's also aware of the fact that Aldrad is pretty devoted to the party as a whole. So he's probably going to do something. So he's just looking at Vessa with an idea of, are you guys going first? or am I going in? Like, he's kind of covering the what am I doing here?
I think because Vesa will do something stupid if left to her own devices.
I mean, I think we're all like, we're gonna do something like Meryl's about to cast Stone Fist. I'm gonna be so honest with you. She is about to blast this auctioneer.
I think Vesa will literally look at Saron and be like, I'm going to do something unless you have a better idea. But you got to come up with it now. Tira, what do you got?
Can I do a thing before we start blasting?
Yes.
So
Okay.
we are just in a discussion stage right now.
Yeah.
So we are like I said, we have not been immediately spotted as being hostile. So this is the stage before the potential of combat where you can
Cool.
talk tactics.
Cool. My thought was Tira was going to yell about the fact that we were invited here for the auction, assuming we have a bell, and then one of our members was kidnapped for the fucking auction.
Ooh, I love it.
Solid
Do it.
plan. Go for it. Yep.
Do it.
Aldred
Okay,
just
so-
nods.
So what I'm seeing is like Vesa's about ready to like throw hands, and Tira says something. She's like,
No, Vesta's like, I'm on, and Tira comes by and is like, you motherfucker!
she's like, I'm gonna wait.
Let me see how this plays out. So yeah, no, I think as soon as like they're like the dreaded Dalish, like they're going off into this rant. Tira will be like, you mean the dreaded Dalish that were invited here to participate in the auction and then have been looking for their compatriot this entire time?
As you speak that out loud, and all the heads turn and look at you. What I do want you to do for me is I want you to make me. It's going to be. Where's my focuses? I'm jumping between pages so much here. It's so good. Communication. I'm going to need you to make me
Oh, dang, I'm so
a
good at
persuasion check, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as you say that, Sir Rowan is going to allow you to add on a +2 to it as well. Because as you do that, Sir Rowan is going to kind of quickly hop to the right, so he's standing next to you. So, Templar shield completely in view.
That's my
So that this looks like I am the Templar who's been assigned to this mage. So he's kind of lending that into this. So you have a +2 on top of that as well. If you could roll me that persuasion check, as everybody else just gets ready to fucking.
I was like, if there is another bonus point to be had, I would also
If anybody
like to...
thinks they can add to it, by all means.
Yeah, I would like to just kind of back up Tira with like the absolute daggers that I know Vesa has in her eyes. She's
Roll
looking
well?
as scary as possible.
Tara, you can have a +3.
I will say, I don't need any more help, but I'm never going to say no.
Yeah, I mean,
I know. The thing is, I don't think Aldred adds a whole lot besides coming in from the darkness as just one of the tallest people in the room. So I don't know if, like, literally, instead of like, oh, daggers of this, definitely the truth, Templar, and then it is step behind them is this look of, I think, just a bloodlusted Kunari being held back by the reason of his teammates. I think is the way that the look that currently Aldred has.
the reason
has
of
not cleaned the
which
viscera
we have
off.
none.
Another thing to remember, guys, that Dragon Age, the game system, does take into consideration degrees of success.
Cool.
So
Then I will add.
even if you're like, I've absolutely bossed this role, degrees
No, yeah,
of success
I'm always
can count
for more points.
I mean,
I'm sitting at
Meryl right
20
now
right
is
now.
just gripping her staff, and there's definitely like sparks of both like gold and green energy coming off, and she looks ready to murder because that is her son. That's her son.
Then in that case, Tara, with everybody contributing towards this, I'm going to give you a total of +5 to add on to that.
22.
Woo!
Yes!
Woohoo!
Fucking disgusting.
Disgusting.
That's why I was
So-
like, I don't need it, but it's great if you guys want to keep piling on because this is already sexy. So let's keep it rolling.
Have our intro moment. Just you did
Okay.
much to our son.
The smallest one of us yelled the loudest, and everyone else was like, "That's what she fucking said."
The auctioneer kind of stops and is like, turns towards a group of very evident mercenaries. And on an aside, you told us that you stumbled across an additional mage on your way to the ship. Now we hear from this group here that you have taken one of their allies. What do you say to this accusation? And this mercenary is going to open their mouth and it's like, I mean, they can say what they want. We came across him on the road. Anything that they try and say to the contrary is a lie. I'm going to have them roll their deception check. That's 2 4s and a 1. The dragon die being a 1, which I don't think is going to do anything much to help them in this instance.
Stuck an
Also, they don't have any. Also, the stunts they have don't have anything for roleplay. The auctioneer is now going to make their empathy check. Okay, no stunt points, but the empathy check is going to be a grand resounding total of a 16. So they are going to see through it. And as they look, they go. They give them a kind of long, hard look, turn back to you and say, "You have the sincerest apologies of this fair and at least within ourselves, honourable conglomeration."
Dubiously
Please,
legal.
Waves his hand, and 2 of these similarly clad to the auctioneer people untie Luca's hands, and he half jogs, half scarpers directly towards you guys.
Meryl's
which
wanting
point
to meet
they-
him.
At which point they will also say, "Please accept this compensation for the troubles that were caused." And 2 bags of 500 gold are going to be brought over to you. At which point they're going to say, "As for the deception, we do not accept lies within this conglomeration. As you are the offended party, you will decide their fate."
Here,
I don't
you
like-
can
These are the Kunari mercenaries?
No, just a group of random nameless mercenaries.
I mean,
Those
we
that
could
tell
throw them
lies
over the
shouldn't have
boat.
tongues.
Okay.
I do like that. Those who tell lies should not have tongues. Were it a simple matter of a slight punishment, that would be something we would accept. We seek a more permanent display.
Boat! Over the side!
At which
In
point
the
he goes. At which point he goes. It kind of. You can see there's a bit of showmanship in what he's doing here. An example to be made, of course. And he gestures to bring up the one who was telling the lie, the leader of them, so to speak. And they put him in front of the Sarabas.
Oh.
And then he takes the control rod, holds it up, and then he says, speaks a word in Kunlat. "Aldrad, you will understand this word." He says the word push.
Yep.
At which point, standing stock still, this Sarabas has not moved the moment he speaks the word push in Kunlat. moves his hands, and as he does so, you can feel pressure in the room thicken. Things that are small and on top of flat surfaces start to shake. He puts his hands in front of himself, and then he starts to do this.
Oh,
And this mercenary, as if by two invisible forces, just starts to shrink. And shrink. And it's at that point where he gets to like on his hands and knees where you start to hear the cracks. And the pops. Until all that's left is a smear and viscera on the ground in front of him. Force mages. Terrifying. Imagine being able to create a vacuum inside someone.
like a fucking can of beans. Jesus.
Essentially, yeah.
Can
I was
be
thinking of
honest?
those vacuum seal bags that you put like bedding in.
Yeah.
I liken a very powerful because we were talking about Legend of Korra earlier on. Like, you know that thing that Zahir does where he just like draws the oxygen out of your body?
Yeah.
Like, imagine that, but suddenly. Imagine that, but just like.
You know, honestly, I think that's a better way to go than Zahir's way.
Oh,
Maybe.
absolutely. But
Can I be honest, Auctioneer?
yes.
I appreciate the permanent, but I think that they should live with the consequence of knowing they almost put an innocent man into slavery.
Forgive the theatrics. I am a performer at heart. He'll turn to the rest of them and say, as was declared in the first sentence, take the rest of their tongues and let them know. Leave one tongue to carry back the warning that we do not accept dishonesty amongst ourselves.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Now, to bidding. And he goes to begin the auction. At this point, you have a choice. You can make an action, you can make a move here, or you can wait until afterwards. From the very beginning, what was up?
Oh, I was gonna say, Rhiannon said that she was gonna offer money for us
Yep.
to get the sour
So-
pass.
And we have
Rhiannon-
1,000.
Rhiannon will make a look at you guys of, you know, we can make the purchase here if you want. Or, as is always the fun part when you have people that trade in slavery, in any game, a fight can be started. It is up to you guys.
A lot of fucking people in this room.
But how many of them would actually get involved in the fight? That's the
You're right.
question. As has just been shown, there is a certain level of dishonesty among thieves.
You right?
As I have a feeling it would just be the Kunari would probably. I assume they'd be the ones getting the cut. So,
The Kunari would receive a payment up front for finding the mage, and then there would be a certain cut they would receive, most likely.
yeah, so they'd probably be the
So-
ones most inclined to jump in. So they're. Huh.
I mean, you know my stance on this.
I will remind, I've only got 17.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
See, that's the issue. Is if we were at full gas, I'd be like, "Why the fuck not?" But then I'm also like,
Meryl.
But if we want to fight, Meryl will fight. She's holding and like stroking Luca's hair, just like ready
As
for
in-
blood.
Meryl, this one would be only you would see. But as you guys are kind of looking amongst each other, hushed whispers about what's going to do, are we going to bid or whatnot, Luca is going to kind of tilt his head so he can look at you, and then shift just a little bit to show that as he ran away from those guards, he grabbed a dagger off one of them.
Oh. Say
My
the
boy!
word!
I was like, well, somebody taught him well.
Those dastardly Dalish.
Jesus.
It's essentially his way of saying that he is capable of fighting.
Yeah.
So it would be 6. Well, wait. Would it be 6? 7.
7.
7 against a potential 8.
Those 8 being the Kunari and the auctioneer?
The
or-
Kunari and the auctioneer and his guards.
Yeah.
If other people would get involved, I can't give you that yet. But you can
But
make
also
a
Meryl's
safe.
pretty low.
Fine.
But you can
fine.
you can
She'll
make
die
a
again.
you can make a safe assumption that it would be at least the bare minimum the Kunari and the auctioneer and his guards. So 7 versus 8, one of whom is a blood mage who's ready to melt people. But do you want Luca to reveal himself in front of Sir Rowan? Is also a question.
Above table, what are we feeling here?
I mean, if Rhiannon's willing to pay for the Cerebus, then
And
That's
we've got
my
the
thing.
gold that we were just given, so we can also add that into the pot if we have to.
mhm,
Yeah.
which is a total of 1,000 gold.
Mhm.
Yes. Don't want to. What is the word I'm looking for here? Reinforce the system of slavery. Let's be clear. I'd like to fight on a moral basis, but I'm also like,
Yeah.
hmm,
The intent, obviously, of course, is that in doing this, we'll be ensuring the Sarabas is free.
yeah, that's the.
Mhm.
And also on like fighting slavery itself. We can,
And I mean, we
break
can
this
always
up, but
torch the
slavery will
boat on our
continue.
way out once we dock.
There is always that. You
Because
could always try.
we know
you could
Luca
always.
can cause fires.
We'll
could always
walk
try-
away like a Michael Bay
There's-
movie.
There's also the fact that you could try and convince the Sarabas that you don't need to follow orders, and you could just sink the ship.
I've got some ideas on how to do that, but we need him first. Is the issue. Which personally, I'm of the opinion of peaceful option, money, and then we leave, and it's like a fucking Michael Bay explosion behind us. Just
Exactly.
no.
I like that idea.
Okay.
Tira, I haven't heard anything from Tira. I want to know opinions.
Tira,
Oh, we can't
Yeah.
hear you, Jason.
we can't hear you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hello.
Very faintly, we can hear
Hello.
you.
Hello. Why
Okay,
did-
yes,
Hello.
now we can.
Yeah. Okay. You can hear me now.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that while this discussion is happening, Tira is going to come to the realization she's going to need to leave because she's not.
Mhm.
She's not in disagreement, but she can't do it.
Yeah,
Which
Makes
is
sense.
so
No,
valid.
Totally.
this
so
is
I think that
this is one of those instances in Dragon Age where you do see the darkness of the fantasy aspects of it and such.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think that Tira will just nod along,
Mhm.
and then will make their leave from the situation because she's not in disagreement. It all makes sense. She knows that, like, Meryl will die if we get into the combat again, like point
Yeah,
blank
I mean
period.
that's the only reason Vesta's not
Yeah, and
looking
like
for combat is because Meryl.
and like totally get it, like, and so does Tira, but internally, Tira can't just let that be. So to prevent her from lashing out, she's just gonna walk out if that's possible.
That's absolutely possible. And in that instance, it kind of settles what it is that's going to happen. Rhiannon nods, makes her way over, and a couple of hushed words. And within 5 minutes, you walk out. Rhiannon holding the rod is going to hand it to Aldrad. And she's going to say, only a Kunari can deactivate it. Only you can tell him that he doesn't need it.
Aldrad will look to Rhiannon and just kind of say... Actually, has Rhiannon showed any, like, awareness that she speaks Kunlat?
I mean, you know she speaks Kunlat because, well, you weren't here, but the party saw her speaking to a Kunari trader.
Cool.
I think she means it more in the sense of he's not going to listen to somebody that is not at least appearing as a Kunari.
No, that was... Aldrad has a response to that, which is... He says in Kunlat, I'm gonna learn the actual words so I can put sentences together. But in Kunlat, he says to Rhiannon, you've done a great service to the group of my people that have no right to be treated like so. Until look to the Cerebos. I assume we get a little farther away.
At this point,
out.
I'd say at this point, Janin is in sight. You will be off the ship in 15, 20 minutes.
Once we're, I think, away from it, like, I was more away from the door and the fucking slaughter that we left there at the door.
That still hasn't been cleaned, but it's just kind of been pushed to the side. Nobody cares. They're Tevinters. They're assholes.
Yeah. Is there a specific word, or is it just release?
It's more just a feeling of deactivating the rod.
Understood.
But it's also in a sense of you will have to make a persuasion check to tell him that this isn't, you're no longer connected to this.
I think Aldrad will, once we're a bit more alone, or at least just with the group, will approach the Cerebos.
Mm-hmm.
And fully in Kunlat. He'll say, did this one ever have a name? Say to the Cerebos. See if he'll respond.
He will shake his head. He'll say, if it did, it does not remember. He will also say that he only remembers ever being Vashidan Bas.
Vashidan Bas, yeah.
Which you would know in Kunlat essentially translates to rubbish thing.
Rubbish thing, yes.
Which Sarabas is not really all that much better. Sarabas is dangerous thing.
I think Aldred will fully think and deactivate the control rod. And in doing so, he will say, "You are no longer and have never been Cerebos. You are Tasha. And that means calm."
I like it. Can you roll me a persuasion check? I will give you
Absolutely.
a +2 on that one because I like the referring to him as calm.
Ooh, I got some stunt points.
Nice.
Feel free to use them.
This is, I don't know if this would be an additional persuasion check, but I think, is there some kind of friendly, I gotta learn more Cunari culture, but is there some kind of friendly, not so much like a very friendly like gesture, aside from just like a hug? Because I would like to try and do the and another thing.
I don't think so. I mean, you're
Yeah.
saying that you need to learn more about Kunari culture. So does every single person that plays Dragon Age. Nobody understands the Kun or Kunari culture.
They keep giving us nothing.
As far as I'm aware, no. There's no really any major displays of affection.
Then I think what Aldred will do, having said that, which by the way, that persuasion was was a math is so hard. I hate it.
That's a mood right there.
It
It was
was
small numbers.
oh wait, no, you said plus 2 to it. Okay, so that
Yeah,
turns
you
a
got plus 2
13,
on that.
13 to a 15.
Okay,
And
cool.
from that 15, I think what Aldred is going to do is, in like one singular motion, he's actually going to unlatch Chainbreaker, let that fall to the ground, and just hug him. To show he is not afraid of being close to him, because he is not dangerous. He is calm.
Okay. With that, I think that's a nice image to end on. So as you hug him, I would like to take it from there, hop forward a little point. I do apologise if anybody wants to do anything, but I think hop forward from there to show you guys leaving the ship and stepping foot onto Janin.
Burning the ship to the ground.
Was about to say, Luca and you guys, as you watch everybody get off the ship and watch the ship start to leave, and Luca's just going to splay his hand, summon flames, and then just hurl it towards the ship, making it very clear that there's not a place anywhere in the good worlds of Thedas for Tevinter to put its bloodstained hand on their flags. And with that, Janin lies ahead. Because in that instance, miraculously, for some reason, there was no guards at the dock.
No.
Miraculously. Janin now lies ahead. And in Janin is where the peacock resides. And you'll be able to find another person to lend you aid. But there is another thing that could rear up to get you. As Janin is also home to one of the 2 circles of magi in Ferelden. Mages will have to be very careful of themselves here if they're not walking around with their Templar aid. But that's where we're going to end it for today, guys. Now, this has been a bit of an emotional session, as we nearly had somebody die today. And in these kind of things, I like to just take us out quite immediately, so I can immediately go through some decompression with my party. So, I'm going to say thank you for everybody coming to see us, and thanks for coming to watch it today. I have been your DM of Doom and your keeper of our story. Oops All Brands or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. Be sure to follow my fantastic cast, the wonderful Stories from the Roses, TTV Wacky Man, Witty X Witch, and Jacklish. You can see all of their many social medias on those names that I've given you. But I am going to take us out right there with a good night. Stay safe. Fuck the system. Good night, folks. Good night. Boom.